Hello, Dr. Chadha. कैसे? How are
मैं
you?
ठीक हूँ सर. गुड आफ्टरनून एंड थैंक्स फॉर जॉइनिंग सर.
नहीं नहीं, सुबह ज्वाइन करने का. Very good.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting the inaugural ceremony now. I am Dr. Surbhi Sharma. I am Senior Resident in the Department of Psychiatry and NDTTC AIMS New Delhi. It is my pleasure to welcome you all here this afternoon. I would like to thank you all for taking time from your busy schedules and joining us today for this special workshop of analytical techniques for statistical analysis in mental health, which is being organized by the Department of Psychiatry and NDDTC with the kind support of Scientific and Engineering Research Board, Department of Science and Technology. SERB launched Accelerate Vigyan scheme to encourage high-end scientific research with one of the main goals of initiating high-end orientation workshops under Karyashala, which is an effort to improve the research productivity of promising PG and PhD students through these high-end workshops. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rakesh Chadda, Head of Department of Psychiatry and Chief of National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, AIMS, New Delhi, for the introductory remarks. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. Respectable Professor Randeep Guleria, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Anita Saxena, Dean Academics, and Dr. Subrata Sinha, Dean Research, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Faculties for the today's for the workshop, which is going to continue for next 9 days. My faculty colleagues from the Department of Psychiatry and National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, and participants for the today's for this workshop. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Department of Psychiatry and NDDTC, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, for this online workshop on analytic techniques for statistical analysis and mental health. This workshop is, as already communicated and as you are aware, this is supported by the Department of Science and Technology under Science, Engineering and Research Board under the Accelerate Vigyan Karyashala scheme. This workshop will continue from today, that's the 15th July to 23rd July 2021. One unique thing of this workshop is that even on the Sunday, the program will continue. There's a great effort from Dr. Ashwini Mishra. I really compliment compliment him to keep the all the delegates, all the participants engaged during this period. It's often said that statistics is the grammar of science. When we read any research paper, the statistical analysis section is quite brief. And the residents, there's the postgraduate trainees or even the PhD scholars, they often find it difficult to understand the dynamics of statistical methodology which is utilized in the paper. The facilities for biostatistical consultation are not available at all the institutions. We are in a privileged situation in institutions like All India Institute of Medical Sciences or some others, but most of the state medical colleges have very inadequate statistical statistics facilities. So that way, in that background, this workshop is very important, and there is a strong need for such workshops to be held periodically. We may be a bit biased that we are holding this workshop for only mental health, students in mental health, but there are a number of students who are from the other departments who have also registered for this workshop. So our focus will be more on the mental health. We are, in fact, we feel honored to organize this workshop because this is being organized under the auspices of the Department of Science and Technology, which gives it a high credit. We have got distinguished faculty from our own institute as well as other All India Institute of Medical Sciences NIMHANS Bangalore, ICMR, and many other reputed institutions from the country. The program is very intensive and comprehensive, and we had tried to keep the timings from 3 p.m. onwards so that it does not hamper the clinical work or the other academic work of the trainees, because most of the participants would be trainees. So they should not hamper their daily routine clinical responsibilities or other teaching responsibilities. So that's the reason we have kept this time of 3 p.m. onwards, and this will continue till late evening. I would like to add that such programs are very important so that the required expertise in handling data from perspective of mental health is broadened, strategized, and can be applied by a greater number of professionals. In fact, I envy all of you. I never got this such an opportunity during my days of post-graduation or early years of the career. We have got more than 650 registrations, which speaks high of the workshop and its relevance, importance, and need. I again congratulate Dr. Ashwini Mishra for organizing, for taking initiative of organizing this workshop, and also the Department of Science and Technology for supporting it. I hope all of you will find it very useful. Thank you. And I again welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your support and for shining light on the importance of evidence-based mental health care. Now, I would like to invite Professor Anita Saxena. She is Dean of Academics at AIIMS New Delhi to say a few words. Ma'am, I welcome you.
Hello and welcome to the workshop on analytical techniques for statistical analysis in mental health. I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Chadda and Dr. Mishra for the kind invitation. And I once again welcome all the delegates as well as faculty for this unique workshop. I think it's important to know that medicine as we practice today has to be backed by clinical evidence, scientific evidence. Gone are the days when we used to write medicines for diseases based on our experience, based on sometimes on our gut feeling and beliefs, so-called tradition-based medicine. Now is the time for evidence-based medicine. And evidence-based medicine stresses on examination of evidence from clinical research and involves systemic collection of data. Also, its synthesis and its analysis using the various methods requiring good knowledge of applied statistics in our career. So knowledge of statistics is important if we want to practice medicine scientifically and ethically. And this is true for any branch of medicine. Research is also a part of curriculum for practically all postgraduates, postdoctoral fellows, PhD students, and many others, where they have to complete their thesis, and an adequate knowledge of statistical methods is crucial for completion of their work. Some of the published studies that I came across gave me an idea that the basics of research methodology, specifically the statistical analysis of data, are actually lacking in almost, I would say, half or over 50% of the resident doctors. And this is true even in the tertiary care centers. Some institutions are lucky because they have in-house statistical expertise, but not available in all. And hence, being self-reliant in analytical techniques which are used in clinical research is very, very useful. And such knowledge not only helps the people to finish their research work and do their thesis, but it's also important to develop a research-oriented thinking in their career ahead, because then they are expected to practice evidence-based medicine. You will also come across a number of such methodology workshops and other lectures for the health professionals from time to time. However, this particular program deals with providing hands-on training on statistical and analytical methods specifically used for research on mental health and allied specialties. Being an online workshop, it allows students from all over India to participate. And I was just told that over 650 delegates have already registered for this particular workshop, which is over a period of 9 days or so. These registrants are from various states and union territories, covering practically all of India from north to south and from east to west. And they also belong to many different disciplines of medicine. The program to me appears very interesting as there are a lot of hands-on workshops with good resource faculty on different statistical methods which are interspersed with didactic lectures. The list of resource faculty is really impressive. I think there are a lot of people from various All India Institute of Medical Sciences in various parts of India, as well as some of the experts from other institutions. I hope that all the participants will learn and will benefit from this opportunity and will actively participate in the workshops that have been designed over these days. I once again would like to congratulate Dr. Mishra and Dr. Chadha of the NDTTC for taking this important initiative, and I wish them, all of you, a good luck, and thank you very much for inviting me again. Thank you.
I thank you, ma'am, for your guiding words. Now, I would like to invite Professor Subrata Sinha. Sir is Dean of Research and Head of Department of Biochemistry at AIIMS New Delhi for the inaugural address. I welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, and first of all, my heartfelt thanks to Professor Chadha and Dr. Mishra for inviting me on this occasion. Statistics is something that initially we all are a bit afraid of statistics. But after a time, living in this probabilistic world, I don't think we can escape statistics. And in this workshop on analytical techniques for statistical analysis in mental health will really, I hope, enable a lot of our young as well as established researchers and professionals in psychiatry to get a grip on this methodology or discipline which is really indispensable to our work. You see, statistics in mental health is been around for a long time, since 1925, when Fisher published his statistical methods for research workers. We started having a greater and greater grip on how to get what we call truth out of uncertainty. Today, no scientific research can be conducted without statistics, and the field of mental health requires a strong understanding of statistics. See, with so many variables, and we still lack knowledge of the exact etiological mechanisms behind psychiatric disorders. So mental health researchers require a very good understanding of probabilities, and especially in these multifactorial etiologies and causations, where you have complex gene complex gene environment interactions, as happens in in mental health, perhaps more than in other aspects of medical science. So basic research also in mental health is in its infancy, and that too requires a great in-depth knowledge of statistics. So more research is also required in mental health epidemiology and healthcare delivery to help the policymakers in identifying the at-risk groups and determining the best way to reduce the burden of disease. Nowadays, machine learning is being used to analyze data in neurosciences and to identify the risk of those developing mental illness, and also to predict the response to therapy. AIIMS is really proud to hold this workshop. This workshop goes beyond what is generally taught, and you will deal with complex and upcoming techniques such as GIS, statistical genomics, dimension reduction techniques, mixed study methods, etc. I hope that the next generation of researchers who will be attending this workshop will contribute to decreasing India's mental health gap and to improve the quality of mental health services provided. The numbers of registrants is really very, very heartwarming. And perhaps this is something that our online workshops have really enabled us to have an all India outreach without, to be fair, spending that much of money to get people together and that much of time. So this is something that we have really, sort of embraced wholeheartedly. And the number of participants, I hope most of them, and in fact all of them, would be benefited by this workshop, and this would improve their quality of understanding, quality of treatment, quality of research, and so on. So finally, again, I congratulate the Department of Psychiatry and NDDTC for organizing this workshop and wish this workshop a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and your words of wisdom. It is now my pleasure to have inaugural address by our esteemed director of AIIMS New Delhi, Professor Randeep Guleria, sir. I welcome you, sir.
At the outset, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Psychiatry and the National Drug Dependence and Treatment Center for this rather unique workshop on analytical techniques for statistical analysis in mental health. In my mind, this is a very, very important workshop which should be attended by all people involved in science, in medicine, in research, and in day-to-day clinical activities. Statistics is something which is become a part and parcel of our day-to-day life. In today's time, if you're looking at efficacy of vaccines, statistics is involved in that. If you're looking at any other thing which could be non-medical, like exit polls or any other activity, we do look at the statistics and then take a decision as far as going forward is concerned. Therefore, for us involved who are working in the health sector, statistics is important for research, for planning, and for decision making. Therefore, statistics has become a part and parcel of our learning as of today. What has also made statistics more important is that we are living in an era where, because of technology, a large part of data is being collected on a day-to-day basis, whether it be data from our Fitbits or our devices, whether it be data from hospital sources, whether it be data from general sources. All of this data then gets analyzed statistically to really come out with some meaningful conclusion. And therefore, in this era of data science, statistics plays a very, very important role. It's also important for us to understand how statistics works, and I think that is why this workshop is important. I remember almost 25 years ago when we had written a paper and we sent it for publication, the comments that came back were that we need to get a proper statistical analysis done, because at that point in time, one would do the statistics on, you would do it on your own, and sometimes you were not the best to do it, and it became apparent to us that now statistics will become more and more important when we start writing papers, and statistical analysis becomes something which are looked at by journals also very, very critically. I had then at that point in time attended a workshop which is on statistics for 1 week, which was done by INCLIN, the Indian Clinical Epidemiology Network. And I really realized the importance of how statistics can be used to play a very important role in critically analyzing papers and seeing how the analysis of a paper is done properly. Because sometimes statistics can also fool you and play around with the data and give you wrong information. And that is why for us, when we critically look at a research paper, it's very important for us to understand the statistical analysis and whether that has been done properly or that has actually given us false data. For many of us, statistics is the Achilles heel as far as medicine and science is concerned. And therefore, what is involved in statistics today is also a lot of what we call machine learning, artificial intelligence, computational analysis, and this actually forms the new era of statistics in my mind, where this has becomes more and more important and thereby creates a lot of, in a way, let's say, fear among clinicians as far as statistics is concerned. So I'm very sure that this workshop on statistical analysis in mental health will give you a wide idea of how you can use statistics not only in mental health but in various other areas of medicine. I'm also very pleased to know that more than 420 people have registered in this workshop, and they're from all parts of the country, from different institutes, including different aims, and from other medical and medical colleges and other institutes itself. It's also very heartening to know that 25% of the people who register are actually faculty members, and many are PhD scholars, and 82% of those who have registered are taking such a course for the first time. I'm sure you'll find it very, very enriching, and I'd like to really take this opportunity to really congratulate the Department of Psychiatry for doing this workshop. And I hope they continue to do this because, like I said, this is very, very important, and we need to really train the next generation of our doctors, scientists, and researchers to be really masters as far as statistics is concerned. So I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra for the vote of thanks. Sir is additional professor of biostatistics in National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, AIIMS, New Delhi. He is the convener and organizer of the workshop and the person behind bringing this workshop to life. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Survi. And thank you, Survi. At the outset, it is my privilege to be a part of this workshop as an organizer and convener. And it is being said that believe you can and you are halfway there. This is a famous phrase based on dream. And organizing such type of workshop was my dream. The conception of this dream originated in the year 2003 when I got the first postgraduate certification course certificate from Nordic School of Public Health in Gothenburg, Sweden. After receiving the certificate, it came to my mind that why such type of workshop or such type of practical workshops, hands-on training can't be organized by the Indian public health experts professionals. So that was my dream, and today is a great sense of satisfaction on this level that's something we have been able to achieve. In all the addresses given by the distinguished panelists and personalities from director sir, from Dean Research ma'am, from Dean Academics Professor Anita Saxena ma'am, Dean Research sir, Professor Surbata Sinha sir, on respected Professor R.K. Chadda sir, the importance of statistics has been emphasized very well. And when we talk of statistics, or we try to conceptualize the process of statistics, the best definition has been given by Croston and Cowden, who says that statistics is the branch of science that deals with collection, analysis, and interpretation of data. However, when it comes to providing an evidence-based clinical practice, practicing ethically and scientifically based evidence-based practice and interventions or anything, statistics plays an important role. Whether we are measuring the depth of a sea, or we are predicting the trajectory of an orbiter of a planetary motion, or we are predicting the path of a spaceship in a, everywhere statistics is involved. And that's why in the address by Professor R.K. Chadda sir said that statistics is the grammar of science. So if you want to understand science, there is no escape from the branch of statistics, and that too in the field of medical science, it holds its own importance. And over a period of time, it has grown into a specific discipline as altogether. Therefore, the diverse application of statistics can be summed up by definition, which is being given by Costin and Cordon, which repeated, I again emphasize, collection, interpretation, and analysis. But also, as Director Sir has rightly mentioned, the two important things, like how does the statistics works and the new era of statistics. That is what is important, and the caution that we need to take because of some falsified or wrong information that can be given. However, on a personal note, over a period of 2 decades, what experience I gathered by working in the field of applied statistics, I would like to share on this forum, that we give too much emphasis on data collection. Too much of time is devoted, which is resource intensive, both in terms of money and time both, for data collection. But when it comes to the proper data analysis and interpretation, there we don't give valid time. We don't give meaningful amount of time, or I would rather say the optimal amount of time that should be invested to the statistical data post data collection. This is what that needs to be seen in the right perspective. So with this note, I thought personally of organizing a workshop, especially in mental health. Although the title is comprehensive, intensive, and to anybody it would look like it is specific to mental health. But if we understand the basic data structure in any specialty, the basic statistical methodologies remains the same. It depends upon the level of sophistication that we are dealing with. So it would be something like the simple level of surgery to a higher level of surgery of say neurosurgery for a neurosurgeon or for a surgeons. In the same way, from a basic test of significance to more significant artificial intelligence network or neuro computational approaches for statistician. So now it is my privilege and honor to also propose a vote of thanks. Time doesn't permit me to mention the name of each and every person who have helped us a lot. But at the outset, I would put on record the kind cooperation, encouragement that we got by the gracious presence of Director Sir, Dean Ma'am, Dean Research Sir, Professor Subrata Sinha. We know that he was very busy today, and he still is very busy. He has a scheduled meeting right just after this inaugural, but in spite of that, he made it very true that he attended the inaugural. So thank you very much for that, sir. We are always guided by Professor R.K. Chadda, sir, Head of Department Secretary and Chief National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, for continuously for striving and increasing our performance bar, and so that we can organize such activities. So thank you, sir. It is my duty to acknowledge and put on record all the faculty, resource faculty, as well as the faculty from the Department of Psychiatry and National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, who have widely supported in disseminating the information regarding this workshop, so that we can see that we have many registered participants for this workshop, and we have a quite handful number of people who have just joined for the inaugural, and we will be joining them. They will be joining. Thanks to all of them. From I can't take name, but I meant a lot. This support meant a lot personally to me. More or less, I would also like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the persons, officers and scientists from the Department of Science and Technology, SERB section, for providing us this grant so that we can see this day and we can initiate the inaugural and go ahead with our conference and the scientific sessions workshops. I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the kind support and guidance, and also the active involvement of my core organization team consisting of Ratna, Pratibha, our IT expert, webmaster, Amit ji, Soumya, and Surbi for anchoring this occasion quite nicely. And at last but not the least, thank to all the administrative staff from the department and National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, be it administrative staff or from the audit section of the main aims and the budget section. And also all thanks also due to all the faculty members who are working, who participated, who consented on my request to join this and contribute as a resource faculty. Professor Theneresu from NIMHANS, Dr. Vishal Diwan, Dr. Yogesh, Dr. Professor Suresh Sharma, everybody, and also all the faculty members from my department as a resource faculty. So with this, I welcome you all to this 9-day intensive training workshop on analytical techniques in mental health. Thank you. And it is now over to Survi.
Thank you, sir, for organizing this workshop for all of us. Moving right along, I will ask Dr. Ashwini for starting the scientific session with our first lecture on first day of the workshop. Sir, back to you. I would also like to welcome Professor Pratap Sharan. He is professor in the Department of Psychiatry and NDTC at AIIMS New Delhi. I welcome you, sir, on the first day and for initiating the first session. Back to Dr. Ashwini.
Dr. Ashwini, you are muted.
Sir, I am just looking for your name to make you the host. That's why. Sir, have you joined with some different ID?
No, it says Pratap Sharan. My video is on, so you should be able
Yes,
to
sir.
look at.
Yes. So just give me a second. I welcome Professor Pratap Sharan, who is currently working as professor in Department of Psychiatry at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Sir is also the professor in charge of Student Welfare Service at AIIMS. Sir has various numeral awards and and he has worked as a medical officer at WHO in Geneva. He is also the member of WHO International Advisory Group for the division of ICD-10 mental behavioral disorders and International Advisory Group of training and implementation of ICD-11 mental behavioral neurodevelopment disorders. Sir has conducted many research in collaboration with WHO, Geneva, and Southeast Asian Regional Office. Sir has received many awards, including the Marfatia Award, the Indian Psychiatric Society of Pune Psychiatric Association Award of 1996, the Valiant Award for 1999, J.C. Burrell Award for 2009, and J.C. Burrell Award of the Indian Psychiatric Society for North Zone 2014. And sir is also the editorial board member for several national and international journals. So sir, it is now over to you to take over the proceeding, and we thank you for being a resource faculty for the first day. And we know, sir, that you are very busy, but still you could carve out time from your busy schedule to be a part of this workshop. So thanks. Answer over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini, and I would like to thank the organizers, both at the department as well as the DST, for giving me this opportunity to talk on a topic which is somewhat esoteric, in the sense that normally research methodology or conferences and CMEs and workshops don't really talk about the philosophy of science and philosophy of research. It is important to understand that it is possible to do research without really understanding the philosophy of research or the philosophy of science, because it's something like one can learn to speak English without knowing grammar in a formal way. So many people start from research and they have their ideas about what their objectives are, what the hypotheses are, and then they directly move to the research methodology. But if they understand research philosophy, they will be able to choose their methodology in a more robust manner. So let's start by this acceptance that science works. This is attested by a spectacular display of human technological prowess. Yet people have now started talking about a crisis in science and also about the end of science. We'll come to these issues as we move forward. Starting from antiquity, scientific thinking kind of emerged out of more metaphysical thinking through a process. This whole process has taken close to about let's say about 2000 years, and one person who may be said to kind of hold all these four things together was Aristotle. But from the individual to the general body of scientists, it took another 1500 or 2000 years before science became a kind of a common ground thing, that a lot of people started doing science together. The four crucial elements are that like natural things should be explained through natural processes rather than through supernatural agents. Science is a scientific body of knowledge. So if there is a reality out there, and science is the knowledge of that reality. The next major step was that knowledge should be achieved by a rational argumentation, and this rational argumentation should be based on logic. So logic is the concept which was first kind of strongly given by Aristotle, even though we also know that in the Indian situation, the concept of Shastrarth, which is rational argumentation, was kind of happened at roughly about the same time. So it's not as if the Greeks were the only people talking about logic. In India also logic was being discussed. However, the empiricist outlook, that is the outlook of depending on data, this took ground very strongly only around 1500 BC with the 1500 AD when during the period of Renaissance, and that was the kind of time when the scientific revolution started. The philosophy of science is very deeply engaged with the question, what can I know? Is it possible to know the reality out there? And as we move towards the later part of today's talk, we'll get to see that this is becoming more and more inclusive. That initially people started with the idea that it's possible to know everything, and now we are kind of more humble. As I mentioned earlier, Aristotle introduced the concept of logic, which as a means of reasoning, that one should reason in a logical way rather than reason in an authority-based way, that the priest said so, so it is. That is authority-based reasoning. By logical reasoning is that if this happens because of this cause, then and did not happen in this situation, then we have to find why this did not happen. So one way of reasoning is logical. The other way of reasoning is quoting an authority. But Aristotle also says that logic is one aspect of knowledge. The other aspect of knowledge is intuition, that there are certain things which cannot be entirely derived from logic. For example, the concept of point in geometry is something which is not logical, in the sense that there's nothing that you can observe and then reason, and based on that you reach a point. The concept of point is something which is is something which the mind can create and understand. It's something which is within the mind itself. The modern scientific enterprise in a way started with Bacon, who talked about a reductionist approach, which means that you can see a lot of data and then reduce it to a few principles. And he also gave the concept of inductive reasoning, that if you observe things, that if you observe certain things again and again, after you have done a certain number of observations, you can say that there is a generalization. Like, for example, if one kind of wood floats, another kind of wood floats, you could generalize that wood as a matter floats in water. He also kind of emphasized that knowledge should be useful. So it's not enough to know, one should know to be able to make it useful for mankind, and that is through fostering technology. To this mix of logic and inductionism, Robert Boyle gave the concept of experiment. So he said that it's not, science can move through observation, but science can move also through experiments, and this became the cornerstone of physical sciences or natural sciences. Coming now to what is knowledge. Knowledge can be knowledge of skills or knowledge about objects, but in philosophical terms, the important kind of knowledge is propositional knowledge, when a person says that I believe this. So knowledge from a philosophical perspective is not knowing anything, but it's a justified true belief. So these three components are important. There may be other components, but at least these three components have to be there. So if P stands for a particular proposition and if X stands for a person who holds this proposition, then X knows that P, if and only if P is true. So the proposition should be true. The person should be able to justify the proposition either through some kind of a method, or he should be able to convince others that they also agree that what he's saying is true, and the X should believe in this P. He should be convinced about it. Like, for example, if there is a statement that I know that New York is the capital of USA, and I'm sure of it, the person says I'm sure of it. This is not knowledge, because this proposition that New York is the capital of USA is untrue. Now, suppose another person says that I know that that it is going to rain tomorrow, and you ask him why, and he says I just feel so. Then again, this is not knowledge, because even though it might rain tomorrow, he has not given you a justification for feeling that. Another person may say that I know that the speed of light is constant and independent of the speed of light source, but I don't believe it. Like, suppose he believes that based on the conditions of, let's say, in the environment, light may be slower or faster or anything else. So the way, this is not his knowledge, in the sense that even though the proposition is right and he can justify it through statements given by scientists, since he doesn't believe it, it's not his knowledge. So the right way, suppose we want to convert this into a knowledge statement in philosophy, it will be say that certain people believe that this is true, so this is knowledge for them, but I don't believe it. So in a simple way, knowledge is a state of mind about the world. So it is a belief about the world that is true. That is true means that has been verified or justified by through certain kind of good reasons. These good reasons could either be in terms of justifications that one knows the process by which this has come to be, or this can be because of certain agreements that people are convinced with each other. Like, for example, in mathematical sciences, if a proof has been given and other people accept that proof, that will be considered a consensual validation. So the concept of knowledge connects three things: the subjective, that is the individual's belief, the intersubjective, which is consensuality amongst different individuals or at least amongst the experts, and the objective aspect of the state of mind, which is the truth of the phenomena out there. Okay. Some of the things that derive from this is that knowledge is truth, and which basically means that if a certain piece of knowledge is proven to be false, that is no longer considered knowledge. So false knowledge is not considered knowledge in the philosophy of knowledge. But at the same time, it should be understood that knowledge is always provisional, in the sense that what we know to be true today, some part of it may turn out to be false based on certain experimentation or different sets of observations or new technology which makes observation kind of better at a later point of time. For objective reality, truth should be understood in an absolute and objective sense. This means that for things out there, things which are not a part of my mind, truth should be absolute in the sense that people, at least when I am talking about people, I mean the people who understand that science, they should agree upon it, and they should see it as something which is outside of them. The truth is outside of them. This doesn't hold for individual experiences, because that is a subjective reality. If I have experienced pain, for example, this is not something that anyone else can experience. So this kind of truth can be individual. The other thing that from a philosophy we need to kind of distinguish is that data is making distinction of the phenomenon. Information is data with meaning, or it's data about certain intentionality or about something. And knowledge is information for which the knower can provide a justification. So data can be something like, I can see clouds. Now, if I say that I can see dark clouds and that it might rain, then the data has become information that there are dark clouds in the sky and it may become rain. Knowledge is, if I can say that it is dark cloud, it can become rain, and the reason for this is that monsoons are about to arrive. An issue with science is that it's not the product which is seen as science or scientific. The product which is the knowledge or the truth knowledge may come about either through scientific means, or it may come about by intuition also. So the product is something which is knowledge, but it can be achieved through scientific means or through non-scientific means. For something to be scientific, the methods have to be scientific. And the main paradigm, which is currently kind of the standard paradigm, is called the hypothetical deductive method, or HDM method. It consists of a theory, which is a set of statements whose relations are explicitly stated. From this theory, one may derive a hypothesis, which is a statement that we are not entirely certain about, but which is used as a premise in inferring empirical consequences. So based on the theory, we derive certain hypotheses, and based on the hypothesis, we come up with certain things which can be observed. So one can operationalize the hypothesis in such a way that one can carry out an experimentation about it, or one can observe certain things in nature. Based on this empirical consequence is derived, which is a statement that follows directly from the hypothesis and the auxiliary assumption. So it derives from the hypothesis and auxiliary assumptions. I'll come to auxiliary assumptions later, whose truth under possible circumstances can be determined by observation. So essentially, empirical consequences are operationalizations of the hypothesis. An auxiliary assumption is a statement which is necessary to infer an empirical implication from the hypothesis, but it is not tested in that given situation. If I give an example, a theory may be that serotonin specific reuptake inhibitors will lead to improvement in depression. The hypothesis may be that a particular SSRI, let's say escitalopram, is likely to lead to improvement in depression. The empirical consequence that has been determined is that if we give 5 milligram of escitalopram twice in a day, given for 3 weeks, then depression will lift. So that is the empirical consequence which is going to be tested. Now, in this empirical consequence, there are certain assumptions. The assumptions which are not going to be tested are that we are going to give it twice in a day, because there is one arm with escitalopram 5 milligram BD for 3 weeks, and the other arm is a placebo BD for 3 weeks. So we are not testing whether BD dose is useful or whether a 3-week duration is useful. These are two auxiliary assumptions which have not been tested in this experiment. Now, suppose this particular experiment turns out to be positive, then we can test out the auxiliary assumptions in other experiments. So basically, after we have made these assumptions, then we do the experiment, and after the experiment, we determine if the empirical implications or the operationalizations are true or not. There can be 3 kinds of situations. One is that suppose there are no auxiliary assumption, then if we have said that from the hypothesis we have derived a operationalization. Now, suppose this particular empirical assumption is false. If this empirical consequence doesn't come out, then we believe that the hypothesis is false. On the other hand, suppose there is, like in the experiment about SSRI, there was one hypothesis and 2 assumptions. If we find that the drug does not work, it could either mean that SSRIs don't work, or it may mean that the BD dose doesn't work, or it may mean that a 3-week duration is not enough. So, if this kind of a situation, if the findings of the experiment are negative, it could either mean that the hypothesis is wrong or one of the assumptions is wrong. On the other hand, suppose we had 2 or 3 assumptions as well as the hypothesis, and all the experiments that were done to, like the experiment with the SSRI in the standard format and giving SSRI thrice a day versus twice a day versus once a day, and similarly with the duration all changed. And suppose all these experiments turn out to be true, then we are able to say that a hypothesis is supported. So what is interesting here is that it is relatively easy to falsify hypothesis. It's very difficult to support hypothesis. It's all technically, in a philosophical sense, it is not possible to prove a hypothesis. It is mainly possible to disprove a hypothesis. So a hypothesis that has not been disproven continues to hold ground till other experiments can disprove it. And so long-lasting hypotheses are ones which have not been disproven till now. But the other thing to understand is that falsification is not an automatic inference. Like if a particular experiment fails, it doesn't mean that hypothesis is definitely false. It is possible that there may be other assumptions, or the hypothesis can be altered in such a way that it may again be possible to do experiments which work all right for it. Now we move into the story of or the history of philosophy of science. The first set of the first major paradigm of is called logical empiricism. Logical empiricism means that it is derived from empirical data, and then one applies logic to it, and then comes to some kind of a generalization. And the philosophers who supported this kind of paradigm were Locke and Hume, who said that all knowledge stems from experience. And at the beginning of the 20th century, this is the predominant or the dominant form of scientific work. And it was believed that science is based on experience, that is based on empirical data, on which logical from which logic is derived through inductive reasoning and a theory is made. And whatever knowledge is obtained should be intersubjectively testable. That is, the experts should agree upon it, and it should be possible to reproduce it. So it should be reliable. Other philosophers who have worked on this in the 20th century are Bertrand Russell, Rudolf Carnap, and Quine are the other major proponents. It met with resistance because so the basic idea here is that we see an observation and then come to a bigger generalization. And this process of moving from the specific to the general is called inductive reasoning. So we have observational data, we see patterns in it, we make a tentative hypothesis and develop a theory. So this is inductive method. On the other hand, from theory, if we derive a hypothesis, which we test through observational data and see whether the theory is working or not, that is called a deductive method. The challenges for is that certain theoretical concepts are difficult to link to experimental notions, experiential notions. For example, no one has really seen a Higgs boson, or it's difficult to imagine what electron is like. So some of these issues are understood directly by the mind. So these are grasped in an intuitive way by the mind, or it is even though their existence is kind of suggested by the effects, but what they are like is something which human mind kind of tries to grasp it directly. The other problem with the inductive reasoning is that it cannot lead to breakthroughs because you're moving from empirical to the general. So the breakthroughs or the jumps in thinking do not occur through inductive reasoning. Another set of problem is that inductive reasoning cannot prove a theory. Like for example, all swans are white, but the fact that you see 10 white swans or 1,000 white swans doesn't mean that there cannot be a black swan. And if you see a single black swan, it disproves the theory that that swans are white. But the presence of 1,000 white swans doesn't prove that all swans are white. So it's possible to disprove, it's not possible to prove a theory in that sense. The other problem is that when one tries to generalize from one to a particular to the general, it may not work. Like for example, we may see one wood which is floating, another wood which is floating, and then we may think that all wood floats, and then you find a particular situation where a particular kind of wood doesn't float, and that takes away the theory that wood floats. This was followed by critical rationalism, which the main philosophers are René Descartes and Leibniz. They say that there are certain aspects of knowledge which do not stem from experience, and they are the immanent reality of mind. The thing which comes particularly to mind here are mathematics and logic-based knowledge, because these are grasped by the mind and they don't kind of exist in an empirical form out there. The main practical philosopher of critical rationalism is Popper, whose critical concept is the idea of falsifiability or fallibility, which basically states that insights gained by pure thought should not be taken as truths. They should be critically tested by experience. So even though one starts from a theory, one doesn't take a theory to be take the theory for granted. We should be testing it out, and every theory should be discarded if discrepancies are observed. So other thing that he mentions, the whole idea of falsifiability, is that no number of experiments can ever prove a theory, but a single experiment suffices to contradict an established theory. And he uses deductive logic mainly in as a major form of science. So in this sense, if we look at the dominant paradigm of science, critical rationalism is what is being practiced by most scientists, including probably most of the audience at this point of currently. The challenges are that certain basic formal concepts can be, it's not possible to really think of reality without looking at certain things like while the concept of electrons may come through derivations, there are many other things in science which one experiences, and only through induction one comes to know them. So it's not possible to follow either pure induction or pure deduction. One has to do both. The information that intuition can provide us with, which things which can be obtained purely from intuition, like mathematics and logic, do not have an existence in the external world. So they cannot be empirically tested. And in that sense, by Popper's own concept of falsifiability, it is not possible to experiment with them and falsify them. The other problem is that, as I mentioned, that hypotheses are never pure. Hypotheses always have certain other assumptions, and it's very difficult, hence, to falsify theories particularly. Individual hypotheses may be falsified. Full theories are difficult to falsify. Thomas Kuhn gave the concept of scientific revolutions, and he basically mentioned that there are 5 phases in which scientific thinking moves. The first phase is of prehistory, where many schools of thought coexist, and they seem to agree on something, disagree on something, and without much basis. In history proper, one group of scientists established a new solution to an existing problem, which opens the door to further inquiry, and a paradigm emerges. So a paradigm, for example, when Einstein gave his theory of relativity, that was a new paradigm instead of that of Newtonian physics. When the paradigm-based science becomes dominant, then the scientific community starts thinking in that particular paradigm and puts up its questions, devises its methods, and tries to find answers within the same paradigm. Then there will come a time when they find that there are many anomalies and things are not working the way they thought that the paradigm would work. And that is a time when a revolution usually occurs, and a new theory and a concept of world comes about. Like, for example, as far as the planets and stars were concerned, ancient humans had many explanatory myths till Ptolemy in about 100 AD gave the geocentric model that Earth is the center of the universe, and based on Earth as the center of his calculations, he was able to give accurate predictions about the way celestial bodies moved. But over the next 1400 years, new observational data emerged, which showed that things don't work the way he had initially suggested, and that many exceptions had to be done, and his model had to be changed with very many kind of additions for it to work in terms of predictions. This changed when Nicholas Copernicus gave the concept of sun-centered solar system, and so he brought about a paradigm shift. And other scientists like Galileo and they worked on, and Newton, for example, they worked on this system, and they were able to verify the predictions made based on this paradigm, and this paradigm became the dominant paradigm. So right now it is the dominant paradigm for astrophysics. Some of the startling suggestions that Kuhn gave was that of incommensurability, which means that two paradigms cannot be measured or compared together. Because people who were measuring the movement of bodies in the geocentric model versus people who are measuring the movement of bodies in the heliocentric model, these two systems were not compatible with each other, and it was not possible to compare one with the other. So it's difficult to give any kind of a comparison across paradigms. The other thing that he suggested, that every human observation of reality contains a priori theoretical framework. So if you start measure from a geocentric model, you will come to certain observations. If you start from a heliocentric model, you come to other kinds of observations, and that's why the theoretical framework is important for an observation to be valid. Like if you did an observation based on a different paradigm, it will not work in the other theoretical framework. So two scientists looking at the same aspect of reality do not necessarily see the same thing if they're using different theoretical frameworks. He also mentioned that data do not determine theories. This we have talked in terms of the criticism of critical realism, that a theory can be made compatible with the observations which do not fit with it by adapting the theory or by adapting background assumptions. So Kuhn's analysis challenged the objective and universal nature of scientific knowledge. Till then, it was believed that science was looking for objective facts out there, and that there were universal laws. Kuhn's analysis suggested that this is not so apparent, and that scientific knowledge is constructed by the current scientific community. So consensuality basically means that a group of scientists agree to certain things. That verifiable, consensual, justifiable thing is actually something which happens only within a community. And based on this, there were other people who talked about radical constructivism, which says that objectivity is an illusion and observations are cannot be made without an observer. To some extent, this is supported by neuroscience. Like, for example, suppose you see a series of dots. What your eye sees is a series of dots, but your mind might convert it into a word, or your mind might convert it into a number. So sensory input is not something which is interpreted per se, but the cognitive apparatus of the individual changes it into something which is meaningful. And hence reality is not passively recorded by the brain. The brain is actively constructing reality. It is seeing 7 or it is seeing letters, while actually it's only a series of dots. Relativism undermines the notion related to absolute meaning, truth, or belief, and says that if knowledge is constructed and hence contingent on the dominant paradigm, then it can be rational for a group A to believe in a fact B, while at the same time it is rational for group B to believe in negation of B. So two groups of scientists or two groups of people can have different views or opposite views also. And the extreme form of relativism was that done by Fairbairn, who says that science is just one of the many ways of knowing the world. There can be other ways of knowing the world. Something similar has been written in Jainism earlier, that universe can be looked at from many points of views, and that each viewpoint yields a different conclusion. Therefore, no conclusion is decisive. Moving on, despite the remarkable success of science in continually uncovering knowledge of the world, our idea of reality itself is now beginning to be challenged. It's fundamental physics is changing the whole concept of reality itself. Like the concept of quantum phenomena, or the concept that space and time are malleable, that space and time are actually not 3 dimensions and time, but space and time are 4 dimensions of reality. So new physics has given a lot of things for scientists and philosophers to think about. There's the concept of a curved space, a 4-dimensional space-time continuum, mutually exclusive properties possessed by the same subatomic particle, objects that were not really things at all, but processes or a pattern or a relationship, phenomenon that were not having any specific shape unless they were observed, and particles that seem to affect each other at a distance with no known causal link in between. So there is a lot of things in modern physics which were very difficult to kind of understand by the traditional knowledge that we have of the world. And based on these kind of changes, there are philosophers who have said that the whole concept of a comprehensible universe is a little difficult to understand, because science has assumed always that the universe is understandable to the human mind. Now there are two problems here. One is that universe may be partly understandable and it may partly be non-understandable. And the other side of it is what it means is that there may be some parts of the universe may have laws which determine its behavior. There are other parts of the universe which may not have those laws. And similarly, the human mind may be able to understand certain aspects of the universe and may not be able to understand certain other aspects of the universe. So it is not at all natural that laws of nature exist for everything, and much less that man is able to discover all these laws. So it's possible that the observable and comprehensible universe is only a slice of the total of reality, that we may not be able to kind of visualize the entire reality. The other thing which kind of has become increasingly clear is that breakthroughs are becoming less because some of the core principles seem to have been discovered. Knowledge now seems to have a fractal-like nature, which is that closer one examines a phenomena, the more perplexing it becomes. And every explanation seems to open a door for countless new puzzles. At the heart of everything is a question, not an answer. Okay, so based on this, what we see is that after millennia of human knowledge generation, today the inherent limitation to knowledge seems inescapable, that end of knowledge is not coming. Our knowledge is pretty limited. The mind's capacity to decipher the working of the universe is accompanied by absence of certainty. So from certainty, we have moved to uncertainty. And science appears to be a patchwork of knowledge fragment. Like even Einstein wanted to have a unifying framework for physics, but it's increasingly difficult to kind of talk of a unifying framework. So as we have moved forward, we know that there is much that we do not know. Shifting now to research philosophy. Research is a creative work inquired or undertaken on a systematic basis in order to increase the knowledge of man, culture, and society, and to use this talk to devise new applications. So it is to increase knowledge and to make it useful. Research philosophy denotes the school of thought that underpins the development of knowledge and the nature of that knowledge in relation to research. There are four philosophical realms. One is ontology, the next is epistemology, axiology, and logic of inquiry. I'll come to that next. So between the research question that I had shown in the initial point and the research methodology, one should understand the research philosophy. Ontology is the study of nature of reality. So it is what is out there. So what is the nature of the thing out there is what ontology is worried about. Epistemology is the issue about knowledge of this reality. So this is what a scientist is trying to achieve, that what is the nature of they are trying to know what the nature of reality out there is. So what are its constituent structures, sources and limits, etc. Axiology looks for personal values like ethics and aesthetics. So like for example, if one is studying the impact of a medicine on patients, one may not only be looking at whether it is taking care of depression or not, one may also be looking at whether the person wants to take medicines at all, or whether what are the side effects. So axiology is about looking at the personal side of science. The logic of inquiry reveals the kind of research reasoning, deductive or inductive, that we have already talked in detail earlier. So a research paradigm is defined as a philosophical framework or a set of beliefs that guide an action on research. There are, from the history of science, we know that there are four broad areas. One is called positivism. The next is post-positivism or realism or critical realism, interpretivism, and paradigm. So these are the four types of philosophy which determine scientific research. Positivism basically believes that there is an objective reality out there and it can be predicted or explained through theories or laws. It believes that objective results are generalizable, so it's possible to do inductive reasoning on them. It believes that knowledge is value free. That is, it is independent of the researcher's influence and it is objective. The main form of research that is done based on positivism nowadays is that it does theory-based research using deductive reasoning, in which they move from theory to hypothesis to data, even though a limited use of inductive reasoning is also done. Post-positivism or critical realism basically suggests that there is reality is there out there, but it may be imperfect reality, or rather that reality is such that the laws may not be perfect, or that there is reality out there that we may not know perfectly. And it recognizes that there are inherent biases arising from social interactions of the research purpose. So researchers or the research process may be biased. Therefore, it believes that research is partly value laden, and the researchers' values influence the research, but that relevant biases can be controlled. So it believes that if we pick up all the correct assumptions which go into the deductive research, we may be control for those biases, and the results may be relatively value free. And the primary way that scientific method is used is deductive reasoning, even though again a little bit of inductive reasoning may be done. Interpretivism or constructivism basically believe that there are multiple subjective realities that can be constructed by individual interpretations. So they try to find the meaning or constructed knowledge through qualitative data rather than objective facts. So it believes that realities are context dependent. It also believes that research is value bound and researcher is a participant observer. So it's not the observation that a researcher makes is not independent of the researcher. It is dependent, and therefore he should be not only making his interpretations, he should also be making explicit what his values are and what his interpretations are. Knowledge is mostly acquired through inductive reasoning. So first observations are made, then patterns are recognized and theory is formed with a limited use of theory-based deductive reasoning. Generalization is mainly obtained through theory creation rather than hypothesis testing. Pragmatism, on the other hand, accepts that there are multiple realities and it aims at providing pragmatic solutions. So essentially, the concept of pragmatism is the truth is what is really useful. They're not worried about absolute truth. They are worried about what is useful. So they accept linkage between facts and values and conduct research with several quantitative and qualitative methods. Both inductive and deductive approaches are employed to obtain practical knowledge. So if we just compare the four types, what we see is that the two extremes are positivism and interpretivism. Post-positivism is somewhere in between these two. So here we talk about relative truths. Here we talk of absolute truths. Here we talk about probable truths. Here we say that knowledge is socially constructed. Here we say that it's independent. Reality is independent of human knowledge. It says that independent of human knowledge, but it is somewhat contextual. It talks about that researchers' views and understanding and interpretations are important. It talks about universal laws, and here it talks about that it's something in between. So post-positivism is somewhere between positivism and interpretivism, while pragmatism does that it takes for practical purposes that uses both this kind of research as well as this kind of research. So I think I'll not go through too many of the other tables. Essentially, an understanding of philosophy enables researchers to think about reasons why and what to research. So suppose you wanted to understand the views of individuals related to use of antidepressant, we will probably go for qualitative research. On the other hand, suppose we wanted to see the impact of antidepressants on depression itself, we will go for quantitative research. and similarly, you will select appropriate methodology based on what is the nature of the question or what is the nature of knowledge that you wish to achieve. This is what I wanted to present, and so thank you for listening carefully, and I would be happy to take up questions.
Thank you, sir, for providing a very broad overview of all the philosophy of and essence of research and science. Uh, we have few sessions lined up, but still we can take few questions. I preferably, if anybody wants to have a question, they can type in the chat box and we can try to address them.
Many questions coming up. Mental health research falls in all kinds of philosophical paradigms would be used. Like if suppose you wanted to use critical realistic based, as I mentioned, that suppose you're trying to find out whether antidepressants work or not, or whether SSRI is whether serotonin is a basis for depression, then you're starting from a theory that SSRIs work or serotonin is a basis of depression, and based on that you will do some kind of a hypothetico-deductive research. On the other hand, suppose you want to talk about concepts about what is the nature of let's say, suppose you want to study that do women have sexual disorders in India, and if prior data is not available, you may start by talking to various kinds of stakeholder groups, and so probably a focus group discussion or a cognitive interview based information which is of a constructivist or an interpretivist paradigm would be used in that case. So mental health research could use any of the four broad epistemological frameworks. Okay. The meaning of hypothesis supported is basically hypothesis. If the empirical data support what the hypothesis was, we say that it is hypothesis supported, not that hypothesis proved. In science, the dominant philosophy of science suggests that hypothesis can be disproven, hypothesis cannot be proven. So you can support hypothesis, but you cannot prove hypothesis. That is what is meant by hypothesis supported.
So somebody is talking about to have some more light upon the critical rationalism.
The critical rationalism basically believes that there is a reality out there, and that we do not know that reality perfectly. The observation that we carry out can be done in a reasonably objective way, but a certain degree of subjectivity creeps in, and this should be acknowledged. It doesn't believe much in inductive paradigm, so it is largely a deductive approach to information. So it starts with the idea that there are theories, then you derive hypothesis based on that, make certain assumptions, you operationalize the hypothesis, and then you carry out research, and based on that you can either. So that is a dominant paradigm that most of you are who are doing science right now are familiar with. So critical realism is the space where you are practicing mostly. This lecture probably kind of opens up the ideas for other kinds of approaches, particularly for the interpretivist, which is qualitative research methodologies, and for the pragmatic, which is the mixed method methodologies. So suppose I take up constructivism versus rationalism. Rationalism actually is, the term is critical rationalism, which means that it is derived from, the other term for it is post-positivism, which means that it is, rationalism is that you look for information in the empirical area and you derive logical conclusions based on it. So that is rationalism. Rationalism is logical conclusions. Constructivism is that the data that you obtain, you are constructing theories based on that. So these theories may not be in the terms of mathematical proofs. These may be more in terms of summarizing statements, like some people, like suppose we talk about depression, for example, that what are the various kind of phenomena of depression that occur in Indian patients. So we may find that certain things which are talked about in the West may not hold true for us, or there are certain things in the Indian situation which may be different from the Western situation. So the experience of depression itself may be context based. For example, depression in India seems to be more relational. People are very bothered about that they are not caring or they're not feeling affectionate enough for other people. While in the West, it seems to be more that I am sad or I am guilty. Those kind of expressions are used more. So this kind of information will be picked up by a interpretive logic, where it's the idea there is that if we go from a logical, a purely universal logic kind of perspective, then depression should be similar all over the world. But in a constructivist logic, we realize that there are certain aspects of phenomena which may not be common to different cultures, and there we are trying to construct a new theory that depression is contextual and it may be different in different parts of the world. Dr. Mishra, you are muted.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a very comprehensive overview of the philosophy of science from different perspectives. There are many questions, and we do agree that all of the questions can't be answered online, or it is not possible to take all the questions. But we will see that how to devise some mechanisms to address them after the workshop, and we will explore those possibilities. So, sir, taking this opportunity, it is our sincere, we express our sincere thanks and gratitude for you to giving us the time and gracing the occasion. And so thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we move to the second session of the first day. It is my pleasure to welcome Professor Rajesh Sagar, sir, who is currently working as professor in Department of Psychiatry. He did his, after completing his MD from NIMHANS, sir had many awards and he received certificate of completion of specialist training and specialist training authority from Medical Royal College and General Medical Council UK. He is appointed as the chairman of the technical committee of the India-Australia Community Mental Health Development Project for Director General of Health Services. And sir is the expert and advisory member on several organizations, including expert members of 5 various National Task Force on COVID by ICMR and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Sir possesses many awards: membership of National Academy of Medical Science, fellowship of International Medical Science Academy, and fellowship of Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. Sir is also the honorary professor in the Department of Psychiatry, University of Melbourne, Australia, and University of Leicester, UK. Sir chairs the mental health group of Global Burden of Disease. India received several awards and honors, including Outstanding Researcher Award as country's topmost researcher in psychology and mental health based on research output in the Scopus. And he has, to his credit, more than 500 research papers, chapters, and books. So, sir, with this, I hand over and request Professor Rajesh Sagar, sir, to please take over to the proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me, Dr. Ashwini?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
And I will just share my slides so that
sir,
we can.
I have made you the co-host also, sir.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Wonderful. I will just look at my slides. Yeah, they are here. Just. And, you can see my slides now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great, wonderful. I think first of all, my thanks to you and thanks to Dr. Ashwini and the whole team. And it's a privilege to speak on the first day. And I must, give a full credit to you and the organization you have done for this particular workshop. And I'm very heartening to listen that you registration is more than 650, which shows that the research is still not died out. I think it's something very pleasing to know that the interest is there in the research on young people. And I must thank all the participants, especially who are here to listen to be a participant in this workshop. So that's great, and I'm sure you all will enjoy next 9 days or so. So what I will do, I think the topic assigned is introduction to research methodology, special emphasis on mental health. I think that is what the topic is, and basically what I have been asked to cover is a mental health research in India and the global mental health research perspective. I think that's what the topic is. And this is what I will be talking in next few minutes. And maybe we'll have some time for question answer session later. There we can discuss. So to start, I think we all know that I'm coming to this important paper, which is very, very important. In fact, I had a chance to look at some of the recent publication with regard to research in our country. I'm not sure whether you know this or not. In fact, I was looking at the research in India. In fact, there have been, many colleges, like there are more than 450 medical colleges, like 459, and this paper was published some time ago. And what is being told that 60% of the medical colleges have not published a single paper in last 10 years. I think again, I am repeating. So, there are 450 plus medical colleges, and equal number of, hospitals are there. And when we take into consideration, there are more than 60% of these medical colleges have not published a single paper in last 10 years. I think that is a very, very important point I want to make here. The other point I want to make here, again, it is published, which is there in the internet. You can see about 57% of the publication in a country with a population of 1.3 billion have come paper from only 6 institutions. Just see now, only the 6 institution is contributing to the, in a way, more than 60%, around 60% of publication. So only 6 institutions. So what is important that many of the colleges, many of the departments are not into publication, and and we are looking at the future. I think in that way, how important the whole concept of research is, and that is what the importance of workshop like this are there, where we can attract young people and talk about research, so that we can work towards a future of having more and more researcher where we can, in a way, be a mentor in those. So I think, so I just wanted to put this in the perspective that there are only a handful of the institutions in our country who are into the research. So that's what the message I want to give. And in fact, all this is available in the website, that, the lack of research, and which we'll be talking later subsequently. Now, why research? I think Professor Pratap Sharan talked about the philosophy, and I think why we need to talk about research. Sometimes there is some kind of skepticism is there with regard to research. I think that is what we need to be aware of. Why? I think there are a number of factors. I think why we need to do research. That is one, developing a clinical practice. I think good clinical practice, and the research can maybe guide also in a way, because looking at some of the nuances in the clinical practice can be taken care by doing a good research. Then instituting a new health policy. I think some of the policy what has been discussed all over the world is the outcome of research, based on the research which has been done, which has led to some of the policy also, health policy in that regard, and some of those issues have been done. And even in the health policy, there is a component of research in that way. Like we know that National Mental Health Policy do have the component of research in that way. Then one of the important aspects of research has been the adverse effect of intervention. I think we all know that how much research has contributed that, whether this intervention is good or not good, and this is leading to these side effects and so on. So some of the medications, I know that one of my senior professor used to say, at least we know the good and bad of, medication. So that is also part of research, where we know that what is good, what is bad of any particular intervention, like, most often medication, what we talk about. Ensure high quality patient care. I think we know this point very importantly, that with the research we have come out, like some of the guidelines which have come up based on the research evidence, and it does help in the high quality patient care. I think that's what the important aspect is, and research has led to this all over the world. Then cross-cultural issues and culture-specific interpretation. I think that is also part of research, and we did hear that, about the cross-cultural aspects, that how it can be different in the interpretation, the understanding from one culture to another culture, and so on. So I think, and mental health is one area where, we rely so much on the culture interpretation, and so the research plays a major role in that way. Then the whole aspect of epidemiology, we know subsequently Dr. Ravinder will talk about epidemiology aspects of studying disease, trends, risk factors, outcome, even interventions, all are part of research. And you can imagine that the understanding the cross discipline again is an aspect of research. So you can imagine that research is contributing so much, and that is why we need to know more about research, and and these are the aspects by which we need to know about research. Now, just to tell you that what is good research, I think it looks very, very just some time back I gave a lecture on a research question, the methodology research question seminar about 2 years ago by IPS, and there we could discuss about this, and just have to remember the acronym FINER MAPS, which we all know. I think there is no complexity in this, that we all know that good research is one which is feasible. I think that's a basic thing. And that's the first question which is being said. Okay, you are doing this research, but whether it's feasible or not, I think that becomes based on the resources what we have, based on the the infrastructure we have, based on the manpower and all. So whether this research is feasible or not, I think the feasibility aspect becomes a very, very first point, very important point. Second point is also the research need to be interesting. Interesting means something which will motivate you to complete the study. I think we all know that many such research are there where an investigator loses the interest over a period of time because they're not interesting. So what we need to know that it has to be interesting, which becomes a very important motivating factor to complete the research. Not only complete, but also look at the follow-up and and some of the things which is there, which will be there after completion of research. So it has to be interesting. Number three, again, we all know it has to be novel, because there is no point in just doing the something which already is there. So some novelty. Again, novelty does not mean that everything should be new, but based on something, what is a novel aspect to it, that also is important for any good research. It has to be ethical. Again, there is no doubt about it that any research what we are doing, we just have to see that how ethical it is, because irrespective of we do have to get ethical approval, that's fine. But at the same time, even while planning a research, we need to see that how ethical the research is, and if it's a good research, then it has to be ethical, and there can be no research which is not we say good, but which is not ethical. It has to be relevant to the context. I think that becomes that is why nowadays we have so much research on COVID related issues, because it's relevant to the to the context what we are in. I think that is important as a part of good research. It has to be manageable. We all know that how much difficulties there are. So we need to see that what are the issues related to, what are the challenges. So it has to be manageable with regard to resources, with regard to other aspect what has been planned. So the managing research is important. It has to be appropriate, and also it has to have potential value and publishability and systematic. So these are some of the important aspects of a good research. Now, just to tell you what is not a good research, I think what is not a research, and that is also important because we need to know that experience need to be there, and supervision again, and which is important. In fact, I was happy to listen our director, Professor Guleria. He said that long time back he undertook the course of research methodology. In fact, I also undertook about more than 20 years ago, where stalwarts like Dr. Khan and Dr. Srinath Reddy, they were the trainee, those who were teaching us, and so that is important. That the exposure, the supervision, and the training what one gets, and which has a as part of conducting the research, it becomes important. And just relying on only research is not where you just rely on the statistics book. I think Dr. Ashwini will agree that just it's not like a cookbook, because you need to understand some of the nuances of statistics, and which is so important. I think that we need to know. And sometimes we feel that only by applying statistical software we can be a good researcher, which is actually not true. We all know that understanding of these is very, very in depth. We need to know, and statistical analysis and all, and that is why the importance of such type of workshop is there, where we go in the depth of statistical analysis. And isolated work with no consultation from expert, I think that is also not a research, and ignoring flaws or attempts to exclude the flaws and so on. So I think we need to know that what is not a research. I think and these are some of the important points. Now, as the topic says that the emphasis on mental health, I think because this whole exercise is being done with the workshop on statistical analysis and understanding with regard to mental health. So I will just talk about that why mental health is important area, and you should be proud of it in the fact that this is the very important area, very ripe area with regard to research. I think I will just speak on next few minutes about why mental health. If when we talk of research, why we need to talk about mental health. Now, this is a very important point, I think, and which as a part of global burden of disease, I think we need to be aware that mental illness or neuropsychiatric conditions poses a significant burden. I think there is no denying this fact. I think that gone are the days when people used to say in developing countries there are no psychiatric illness, or which is a very rarity, which is not true now. This is not what I am saying. These are all WHO is saying this. It's a significant burden, and 30% of disability which is there in low and middle income countries like like India, where it is with the neuropsychiatric disorder. Now, again, important thing to understand here is that mental disorders actually account for 1/3 up to 33% of years lived with disability in developing country like India. So just imagine that when we talk of years lived with disability, the burden, 1/3 you can see is due to mental illness. So you can imagine that mental illness poses a significant burden. And that is one of the reasons that we need to research more and more, especially in the developing country like India. Now, again, I'm very fond of this slide. I just want to again give some projection, with regard to mental illnesses. And if you can see, on the left side, 2004, which are again 10 leading cause of burden of disease in the world, 2004. Now just see 2030, the projection, what it is. Now you can see, again, these are not mine, these are all WHO's figures. 2030, you can see on right side, these are all conditions. Now you see which is the topmost condition with regard to disability. That is unipolar depression. That is the topmost as a percentage of disability, 6.2%. Ischemic heart disease actually comes later. Currently, it is higher than depression. So number one is depression, ischemic heart disease, road traffic accident. Then comes the cerebrovascular disease, COPD, lower respiratory infection, hearing loss, and so on. So just imagine that out of all conditions, years lived with disability, 2030, depression is going to be number one condition. So what it says? It says that we need to work towards it. We need to have more and more research, especially with regard to mental illnesses and mental health conditions. So if you think of future, we need to prepare ourselves. So we need to work towards it. Now, these are some of the studies. I'm just telling you, the burden of mental illness, again, published in Lancet, and where again, there are, 333 disease and injuries with regard to healthy life expectancy. What it says, that it's one of the most comprehensive worldwide observational epidemiological study. It describes the mortality and morbidity, injuries and risk factors. It's a global, national, regional levels. Now, depression and anxiety are top 15 NCD, non-communicable disease, leading to disability adjusted life year loss. So just see the kind of proportion and kind of significance it is giving to that. Similarly, this study also, which again is there in the website, you can see as a part of global burden of disease. Here also you can see out of 328 disease and injuries in 195 countries from 1990 to 2016. And you can see, just read the findings which are there. What it says, globally low back pain, migraine, age-related hearing loss, iron deficiency, anemia, and major depressive disorder were the 5 leading cause of years lived with disability in 2016. So just see that depression is, a condition which is in the top 5 condition in the years lived with disability out of 328 disease and injuries. So just imagine that we need to, work towards it. We need to have more and more research in this area. Now, you may be aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. Earlier we have MDG, now we have Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17. I am not going to detail. The third one is actually mental on health, health and well-being. Now, in that, has been specifically mentioned about mental health also. Like what is mentioned is 3.4 target. I'm just by 2030. Reduced by 1/3 of premature mortality from non-communicable diseases through prevention and treatment and promotion of mental health and well-being. So this is the target as per the SDG. Target 3.5, again, strengthen the prevention and treatment of substance abuse, including narcotic drug abuse and harmful use of alcohol. So this is also one of the targets, 3.5. And 3.8 is achieve universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, access to quality essential healthcare services, access to safe, effective, and quality and affordable and essential medicines and vaccines, and so on. So that is what the health and out of in that the mental health has been given a special place with regard to sustainable development goals. Now the question is that why we need to focus on mental health research? What are the points? Why such type of workshops are important, especially when we talk of mental health? Now, by now we know that it's a high burden of disease. Now there is no doubt, as per the global burden of disease, MH-GAP. It's again a WHO initiation, that is Mental Health Gap Action Program, initiated in 2008. So we know that's high burden of disease there, of mental disorders. Now there is no doubt about that. The other thing is that also in our national mental health policy and sustainable development goals, what we have mentioned, there's the importance of achieving goals for mental health as well. So we know that mental health has been a special place in SDG. It's specifically mentioned out of 17, the third of the health, mental health is specifically mentioned. Now, you all may be aware of, we have a World Mental Health Atlas where all the resources are published from WHO and also by MH-GAP. We have a limited human and financial resources. So again, there is an importance of research in mental health in India. Now, this is a very important 1090 gap. Again, health research in the absence of prioritization suffer the 1090 gap. What it means is less than 10% of expenditure is there on global health research, which is devoted to research into the health problem that account for 90% of the global disease burden. So just see that things which is 90%, actually we are spending less than 10% in that. So 1090 gap, some people say 80-20 gap. So basically people who are living in developing countries, 80%, the research is less than 20% in that. So the point is, what I'm trying to say here is there's a huge gap is there in the research, especially with regard to developing countries, low and middle income countries. So that's the time that we need to think about it and give more emphasis on these areas which are deficient in research, especially in developing countries. So prioritization of mental health research is very, very critical and important as far as the scaling of services for mental health are concerned. This is again based on the Lancet Global Mental Health Group 2007, which was there by the group. And this is the Mental Health Gap Action Program, MH-GAP 2008. And there is an intervention guide also. It talks about the research for change to set up with the mental health professional for the low and middle income countries. So that's a global mental health research. Now, this is another important aspect which I just wanted to highlight here, setting the priorities for global mental health research. Again, published in Bulletin of World Health Organization. What it mentions here is that that the setting of the priorities in global mental health research and to propose a more rational use of funds in these under-resourced and under-investigated areas. Now, so what it means is that in the context of global mental health, if you can just read the conclusion, with the time frame of next 10 years, it would be best to fill critical knowledge gaps by investing in research into health policy and systems, epidemiology, we'll hear next lecture, and improve delivery of cost-effective intervention. So these are the important things which were talked about in 2009 as part of the Lancet Mental Health Group, the importance of research, and also which you can see the findings also mention the question that scored lowest were related to development of new intervention and new drug or pharmacological agents or other technology vaccines. So this is what basically investing into the health policy system, epidemiology, and also improve delivery of cost-effective interventions. So these are some of the priorities of global mental health research. So what are the strengths? So research again has to be have a culturally sensitive literature as a part of global mental health initiative. I think that's very, very important aspect that the research has to be culturally sensitive, and the localized program again need to be cost effective, and it can lead to more employment and funding opportunity through high income countries. I think this is what it happens through, and which happened, many such call were made, grand challenges and so on. Implementation of research outcome according to the target population, again, focus on mental health are to be collective, yet the problems are unique in the world. Now, this is very important. Only 3.6% publication in high impact medical journal were from low and middle income countries. These are revelation. I think you can just imagine the country which has more than 80% of population, where only 3 up to 6% publication are there. So just see the lopsidedness and just see the kind of the gap which is there in the low and middle income countries with regard to mental health research. And current intervention are localized and not generalized to a region. I think we just heard that some of the scales which are developed in Western countries, we all know that we need to adapt to our situation, our own culture. It needs to be seen that how relevant they are locally and so on. And that's very important whenever we are thinking of mental health research. Poor resources in a setup who are not involved in the policy decision, I think that is also very important. And there is a lack of capacity building initiative in research. I think there is no denying the fact that the capacity building with regard to research is lacking in low and middle income countries. And this is also true that research in many of the low and middle income countries are being led by high income country researchers. I think not so much in India, but yes, there are instances. But let's say in African countries and those places, many of the researchers are being led by the high income country researchers. So of course, we need to look at these aspects. Published mental health research in any journal are less in low and middle income countries. There is a lack of research culture, lack of collaborators, inefficient remuneration, less time for research activities amongst academicians and clinicians. So I think these are some of the challenges which are there for the low and middle income countries. Lack of mentorship, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate ethical standards, lack of amenities forcing people to shift to high income countries, and discouragement from rejection from high income impact journal. I think this happens that most of the articles from the developing countries are being rejected, so people feel disheartened. There is a discouragement, and that is why, again, so these are some of the important factors why so much research is not happening. At least they are not being published from the low and middle income countries. Now, what kinds of research do a mental health professional do? I will just spend some time on this to give you some outlook when we talk of mental health research globally as well as in India. Now, we all know there is a clinical research like testing the efficacy of new drugs, treatments, versus existing treatment and so on. It's a clinical research, and it forms a major aspect. Then the community research, again, developing questionnaire to identify mental disorders in the community, identifying social factors leading to mental illness and so on. Then we have neurobiological research, whole lot of which again has emerged in recent time, fMRI and how the brain functions with regard to mental illnesses. So these are some of the research areas which are there. There are also interdisciplinary research, with regard to when the combination of social, biological, psychological perspective with regard to nature and treatment of mental disorders. Complexity of mental disorders, we all know, and these are some of the challenges which are there, like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. These are all psychiatric conditions where the challenges are there, the interaction of the biological and the environmental factors. We do have a limitation of current diagnostic system. We have at least two different diagnostic systems, which again, years. So again, that's one of the challenges, which is not so much an issue for other medical specialties. There is a relative lack of controlled pharmaco and psychotherapeutic studies which are undertaken, which again which are there in the tertiary centers in the developed world. There is an ongoing gap in the system research. There is a lack of research on the effects of mental health policy. Hardly we see such research, especially from developing countries. And of course, there are issues of stigmatization. I think that also we need to know that these are some of the important mental health challenges with regard to research. then again, these challenges are much more evident when we talk of developing country like India. Like we have absence of suitable instrument. I think that's a basic question always being asked. Okay, what instrument will be used, and so on. And existing research based from developing countries, I think, because most of the instrument scales which are there have been developed in developed countries, and then they are applied. So again, there are multiple issues with regard to that, and we know that our population, there are issues related to education level, difficulties and understanding and so on. So I think we need to be aware of these aspects. Then of course, healthcare system and demographic records are also different, and we need to be aware that most of the developed countries, they do have a good registered system. Like we all know, Scandinavian countries have the birth records, and that is why we have such a wonderful twin studies and so on. But in India, we do not have that event registration system. So there are difficulties with regard to that. And of course, in developing countries, we have low priority on mental health. We all know that, though in recent times it has increased, but and some of the problems which are there, which are given more importance, are other conditions. And of course, there are problems related to the human other resources also. I think these are important challenges, especially in the context of a developing country. But there are certain new advances which are happening. That is why doing the research in psychiatry is much more rewarding, we feel, in times to come. And some of the advances have taken place with regard to classification, nosology, epidemiology, neurosciences, neurogenetics. So anyone, and number of research has been conducted in developing countries on these areas: psychopharmacology, psychotherapeutic intervention, system research in mental health, and evaluation of evidence and of cost, and advocacy and mental health literacy. So these are some of the new advances, and we hope in time to come more and more initiative and more strengthening of research in these areas would be there. And why it is important to do research in our context, of course, because of the cultural variation what we have. And that is why we need to have more and more research. That is why we need to have more and more workforce who are doing a research in these areas. Literacy and demographic variations are also important. We all know the demographic situation, what is there in Western countries as compared to, like here we have a pyramid. The younger population is more, whereas in developed countries not so. So that is why the relevance of doing the research in our own region, in our own nation is important. Gaps in knowledge of our own population again is important. That will give a better clue to some of the understanding, and also it gives a good opportunity to look at some of the area like cost differences and patient diversity and so on. Okay, so just to tell you, just to briefly, I know that subsequently you will have more detailed discussion on methods, because though I'm just highlighting, we need to have aim. We all know the research what we do. Just to give a glimpse or capture of it, key research objectives has to be there, and the best thing is what always we tell just remember the acronym of PICO, that is the population. P stand for population, I stand for intervention, what we are planning, C stand for control or comparator, O stand for outcome. So this is how you can make your research question. Study area, look at the population data source, either primary or secondary. Primary, which is again taken from original source, secondary, which is taken from the literature. Then again, the population, which is there, target population, which is representative, sample size, again, selection criteria, inclusion, exclusion. So these are all part of what you're including, what you're excluding, and what the procedure, how you're exactly following that. So these are part of some of the important research methodology as such. Data analysis, that's what you will be discussing more in detail subsequently, quantitative, different software and so on. But important is, before applying, I think we need to understand all the difficulties of using this software. Understanding in depth is always very important. I can tell you that how difficult it is. One of our paper published in JAMA, there were about 80 questions were there, and mostly they were from statistical side. So how much what I think that if we really want to publish in a high impact journal, the importance of understanding the statistical analysis is tremendous. I think And let me tell you some of the journals what we have published in JAMA or even NEJM. The majority, I would say, 80% question are pertaining to statistical analysis. I think, and if you see some of the top journal, you see how much emphasis is there on the statistical analysis. So that's why it becomes very important if at all we are thinking of giving a high quality research in the future. Then, of course, as a part of method, I think primary and secondary outcome. For primary, again, which is related to main question, and secondary, which are important, but not as important as primary. Then these are research. I think in psychiatry research, mental health research, the research instruments plays a very major role. Questionnaire, I think we rely so much on questionnaires, which can be self-report. There are two types of questionnaire. Again, self-report, which are a person who has to fill up those questions, and the second is the observer rater. The person who is doing that has to fill that. The group, household interviews again could be for making a diagnosis. It could be unstructured, semi-structured, or structured. To make a psychiatric diagnosis. Again, it's very complex, not that easy the way we make a diagnosis of hypertension or other medical condition like diabetes. Psychiatric making a diagnosis is very, very complex. Focus group, again, a discussion of topic, homogeneity, observation, again, naturalistic study or not, and audio and video recording, which are available. Sometimes, it is being asked what the data is available, say, for example, fMRI data. Based on that, subsequent analysis is being done to look at some of the diagnosis and so on. So these are and research instrument plays a very important role. The selection of that, understanding of that, interpretation of that, especially with research in the mental health area. Okay, so now a few things about mental health research in India. I think to just give you a glimpse of what is there with regard to mental health research in India, and I've just spent few minutes in that, and I also did some reading. I think this is a very, very important study which was published, Bulletin of Royal College of Psychiatry in 1982, very old article, and by late Professor Anand Vig, I think, in fact, from India, maybe one of the first article which was published on psychiatry research in India. That's a title, and you can see in this paper how post-independence the research in mental health was taken up, and it was mentioned that virtually it's non-existent. It's a luxury. That's a term which is being used. Doing a research during that time was considered as a luxury, and these are some of the points which have been mentioned. Almost research was a non-existent during independence, and there is no denying the fact that heavy clinical workload, which holds true now also, because most of the time is spent on the in the clinical work. I think we all know that, and that is why research sometimes takes a backseat, because our we have to deal with a high clinical load, and and of course, it was contradicted by some professional as training and services were given equal importance as compared to research. And Indian Psychiatric Society also started research presentation during that time, and this was mentioned in this paper. PG programs were initiated, of course, in psychiatry, clinical psychology. Of course, major roadblocks in publications were there. Inability of Indian researchers to present their findings in foreign languages. And what was also important during that time, that the findings from India was not of interest to Americans or British psychiatric journal, and that is why very rarely you will find a publication during that time which was published from India, and led to emergence of local journal like psychiatry, psychology, and mental health. And there was a gradual shift from psychoanalysis to epidemiology research, which was again started way back. Epidemiology research was much earlier started in our country, and social psychiatry. And movement was there towards research in clinical psychiatry. Culture-bound syndrome also, early research which came up. And of course, involving the family in the treatment was also part of research. We all know, as part of family treatment, and using yoga also for psychosomatic conditions. We had ICMR, I think, Indian Council of Medical Research, as an expert mental health group, which was there. And this is mentioned in that paper in 1982 to review the current projects. And a National Advisory Committee was set up on mental health. and 7 research task force were there by the committee on acute psychosis. And these are some of the research. Again, this document is there in the website. One can see illness behavior in patient with pain, course and outcome of schizophrenia, psychiatric problems with aged person like Venkoba Rao and all, who work tremendously in this area, child adolescent psychiatric condition, general health personnel in delivery of mental health care, mental health training of primary care physician, but also one of the tasks for force of ICMR, drug use and psychological tests. So these were some of the areas of research by ICMR. And when we talk of Indian context, World Health Organization also, there was a focus on the collaborative research with the centers in India. We all know that before we had this national mental health program, there was a kind of there was a research in Chandigarh where which led to later the national mental health program, bringing local researcher and experts closer and better research operations and the training aspect. There's some disturbance. I think, is it okay? I think we have a few more minutes, so I will, yeah. Now, this is a very important paper. In the recently, it is there online in Indian Journal of Psychological Medicine. Mental health research in India, new challenges and way forward. I think this again talks about lack of adequate knowledge, lack of mental health professional, insufficient funding, lack of research opportunities, mental health not a priority, and this. Paper talks about administrative complication, stigma associated, less involvement of private practitioners, and there are strict ethical and legal obligations. And of course, Mental Health Act also, we need, for any research on mental health, it has to be reported to state mental health authority, and so there are certain, people feel there are barriers with regard to doing a research, and this paper talks about it. Virtual guidelines also. And this is also an important paper on mapping of health research funding in India, and published NMJI 2020. Again, you can see that mention of mental health is there. Less funding despite of the disease burden. So it's clearly mentioned that mental health is one of the area where the funding is less in spite of such a high disease burden. These are some of one paper important on shared challenges in psychiatric research in India and Sri Lanka. Again, and these are so important factors, even current, when we talk of, though this was published in 2010, need for quality local research. So important time constraints are there due to lack of mental health professional, lack of quality research training, lack of, funding is again donor driven. I think that is important point. Research priorities again is dependent on the political interest and so on. Ethical issues are also important, cultural aspects and so on. Now, this is what we also had published, and some time back with my dynamic colleague, Dr. Siddharth Sarkar, that is Psychiatric Research in India, Current Status and Future Direction, and published in sorry. So what is we have mentioned here is a unique feature is there for psychiatric research in India. There's intellectual freedom is there for carrying out research on topic of their choice. Of course, there is a dissertation and thesis in the postgraduate courses, and multiplicity of research institutions are there. And again, ranges from biological psychiatry, social psychiatry, consultation license psychiatry, psychopharmacy. These are different areas where the research is being conducted. But again, the research does not address the priority issues. I think that is important. And, so we need to see that what the priority areas are and how it can, the research can happen in those important and priority areas. And these are some of the suggestions which have been mentioned in this paper. That is, we need to look at the issues and challenges in Indian clinical setting. Methodology, again, has to be more rigorous. I think that is what we need to see. Active collaboration is needed. I think that becomes very important if we have to do a quality research. And funding opportunity, I think in many places, the funding opportunity is not there. I think that is what we need to see. Improving the research capacity building in research. I think that's a very important point, and this we have been discussing research should not happen in handful of places in our country. I think we need to see that the capacity for research should go much deeper and should be pan-country. So if we really want to have that research culture in our country, I think that capacity building is important, and and the workshop like this will definitely achieve to that goal of of the capacity building in research. I think that's much needed because it should not only remain to the handful of institutions. Archiving the findings, and again, it's important, and this is what we have mentioned. And these are a few slides, research priorities. Again, we need to see that how we can expand the coverage of mental health care, and that is what the operational research is. Building the evidence base. Again, we discussed, our dean was talking how we can create more and more evidence. Again, it can happen through research in that way. Testing the alternative delivery models, which again is very important for mental health, we all know, because especially we need to see that how we can have a different or innovative delivery models which can reach to the unreached population, and promoting a mental well-being and resilience. And we need to see it has to be lifespan perspective. I think that is important, and the risk factors and mental health disorders at different stages of life, whether it's a child, adult, elderly, and so on. And many such research need to be done in that area. And impact of these disorders, how they are at different stages of life. I think and the lifespan perspective in the research priority is very, very important. And these are certain general mental health research priorities. And I will just take a few minutes now, last few slides. What we have to see, this will just give you some glimpse, because I'm sure that with this, after this workshop, you will go into mental health research, you will do, and this will give you some kind of, some stimulus, some kind, it will just capture that what are the areas, what are the priorities with regard to mental health. So first one has to say how important it is, how relevant it is. We need to look at, some of the priority area, the treatment and quality gaps, which are sometimes key issues, diverse factors, which are like social, financial. Again, one can look into, and how the pathways and the focus on primary care, or because so much emphasis, especially in India and developing countries, primary care model, where a person visits for the first time, and we need to strengthen. India has such a good primary care, primary healthcare system. So, and mental health can be provided. It's a very good area for research. And important challenges are, of course, scaling up of services, quality assurance, integration with the routine healthcare services for a universal coverage. I think that's a very important point, because we cannot have a separate cadre of people. We cannot have a separate parallel services. What we need to see that within the system, how we can integrate the services. I think, and that's a key if we want to achieve our targets. If we want to reduce the treatment gap, I think that is what is needed. That we need to have a research where we can, how we can integrate the the routine healthcare services for the universal coverage with regard to mental health. Then, of course, we also can see with the implementation and evaluation of evidence-based components of intervention of mental health disorder, like through MHGAP, and how it can be adapted to local social healthcare services context. And many of the African countries have adopted this. They have used this MHGAP intervention guide, and because it's a more of a service-oriented research where it's benefiting the community, people at the local level, and there's a need for developing and implementing national suicide prevention policy and program. I think that's very, very important. And study the effective method for identifying people with mental health disorders. Again, sometimes we need to have innovative methods because we know that such a huge treatment gap is there. People do not come forward for the taking help. So what can be done? I think if research is the answer, we need to look at that. Given healthcare, human resource constraint, we need to see that how, and also the poor mental health literacy. Looking at the barriers of effective implementation again, and looking at the solution again is important in the future with regard to mental health research. Development and feasibility testing of newer digital technology. I think so much work is being done, especially telemedicine, self-help, and so on. So maybe in future, more and more such research will be there in these areas. Study the effect of workplace. I think that again is a very important aspect. studying the role of intervention like spirituality, yoga, education, and community support, and also to design and assess the effect of various mental illness related stigma reduction strategies. Again, is an important area of research as important priority area, and also promotion of mental health literacy among population, especially poor and marginalized section of community. I think if we can reach out to this population to research, have a guidelines, have a policy, I think this research can help to look at this neglected population. I think that will be very important if we look at these areas of research. So these were some of the thoughts I had just put in, since as you will be working on some of the areas of research. So just to give you a glimpse of that, and some work is being done, but much more needs to be done. As I said, India is such a diverse country, and we need to have more and more research, especially at the at very remote place also, and difficult places. If we have research data, that will really help us in the future. Now, these are some of the challenges and opportunities what we have understanding the culture and context and significance. I think we have been discussing that impact of the newer digital technology. I think this is something for the future. I think where if we have a research in this and we can develop much better delivery of mental health services in the future, and we can reduce the treatment gap. Interdisciplinary and the intersectoral approach will be needed. I think any research design or method what we have for the country, I think we need to look at these aspects. So these are some of the research priorities. I think management of mental disorder through task shifting. I think so much, and this again, task shifting is a WHO concept. It's a wonderful concept. I think we all know that how we can achieve our targets by having this task shifting, and the research can give us the evidence that this can be done. Some work already has been done, but much more needs to be done. Translational research, I think, for the policy and health sector reform, addressing the treatment gap. Again, we all know up to 90% treatment gap is there. How we can reduce that? That is something also we need to see with the research is the answer. Enhance the mental health research capacity, as I said, that to each and every place or country, every state, if we can have a research capacity. Cost-effective intervention will be important. Evaluation research of ongoing program. I think this is one area which our country is lacking. And there are multiple programs are there. We need to have a evaluation research. I think that's one area which we need to look at. And dissemination, again, this is important that if we do so much research, if it's not disseminated, it's of no use. I think we need to see that how we can disseminate to policymakers, civil society, governments, and funders, and so on. So just to conclude, I think burden of mental health in India is tremendous. I think we know we need to study the mental health condition, and also we need to have a quality training in research. Importance to deduce conclusion basis of mental health local population to work on in this intervention. Mental health research in India suffers due to multiple factors. I think we hope that things may change in the future. External fundings and new focus are needed for the mental health intervention, leading to more global collaborations. I think it's happening, but we wish that in future we have more and more such global collaboration. Collaborative work, again, which trains a local researcher. I think that's something for the future we need to do. What next? Culturally apt work needs to be done, I think, in the future, and we hope that we have a great research database to work on. With this, I think I will end here. Thank you very much. I think I have taken time, so maybe we have some time for question, and we can take a few questions before you have another speaker. Thank you, Dr. Ashwani. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. And really, it was very. We are very delighted that you have thrown a very good perspective of national and international perspective of mental health research. The need, what is all research about, and what are the caveats, and what should be the precautions taken to saying that what is a good research, what is a quality research, and how to develop the culture of research and research related thinking, and what is the importance of a statistical paradigm so that one can enhance and accelerate the process of research. And very important thing that you also pointed out, the research evaluation, the process of research evaluation, that is important, that we always we used to discuss. So there are a few questions. I am combining them due to the shortage of time. Somebody has asked that the important challenge for researcher and clinicians is that they don't have the access to the local ethics committee for their research approval. So your thoughts on that, and how to take the ethical approval if an NGO or a private practitioner wants to do a population-based intervention. And and this is an important question, I think, that we should take it, that it is often said that the funds allotted to mental health often remains underutilized, including on research. So sir, what's your take on this and what's your view?
That's a very, very good question. I think I will tell you this was one issue which was discussed because once because as a sometime reviewer of of research, we know that even some I was a member of award committee, and some of the research had come from private practitioner, and there was no ethical approval and so on. So this was discussed. I think what my suggestion would be that now there are many such organizations, private, they do have a ethical committee. Many private places also have ethical committee. In your city, the private hospitals do have ethical committee. So you have to liaison with them, and I'm sure that your work can be discussed, I think that's fine. You have to work on that. Because I know that these are some of the challenges which are there. Ethical committees are not there, but at the same time, there are places where ethical committees in the private setup are there. Because if you go for any publication, any research, you have to have ethical approval, and I think that's something needed. But things have changed now. Many places earlier they were not there in private setup, which were if we talk 10 years ago, but now they are there. Almost all private hospitals have a ethical committee. So my suggestion would be any NGO or any private practitioner who is there, they should liaison with any hospital nearby, and definitely this can be done, and your project can be discussed. And I think because you just have to liaison with them and talk to them. But I understand the difficulties are there, but things are changing, hopefully, for better for the future. And the other question, what you had asked?
Sir, other question was that the funds allotted to mental health often remains underutilized, including on research. So any views on this? And the related question is that is the mushrooming or growth of new research journals conducive to quality research in India?
I think I will answer the first question that funds are not utilized. Actually, it's not true. I will tell you many such places like, we have been involved with many such organizations like ICMR, DST, TBT, which are national organizations who gives a fund. And they do have a rigorous process. And so one has to go through all the channels. So it's not that they are not utilized. It's not correct now, because such funds are being available. And sometimes I surprise that so much funds have been, they are funded, but the output, the publication had not been done. One has to just see that where the funds are available, and you just have to apply. And because the criteria are strict at times, so I will not agree that the funds are not utilized. If the funds are there, then in fact, the funder wants that, how this can be given. The only thing is that sometimes there are minimum standards are there. One has to fulfill that. Then only one has to see that. But one thing I want to motivate in a sense to all of you is that you just keep on applying it. It's not that even I also apply. There are places where I do not get fund. Then next time we apply, then we get funds. So we should not be disheartened if we are sometimes not given funds. So we should keep on applying it, I think. And there are many such resources available. If anyone wants to be in touch with me, they can talk to me, and we can guide them with regard to where are the funds. So one should not think straight away that funds are not utilized. Any other question what you said?
Sir, the other question was that is mushrooming and growing of new research journals conducive to quality research in India? Sir, can I take the liberty of responding to this?
No, I think, sure. I think you can respond to this, and you know the answer.
Yeah, in fact, from the last few years, one has noticed that there has been mushrooming of journals. But as a researchers and public health experts, one should be very cautious that where we are submitting our journals, for which journals we are becoming the members or editorial board members, because things are looking fishy little, and there is, because of this mushrooming, there is a element of risk involved in this. So one has to be very cautious. If I say exactly that is a mushrooming of or growth of research journals is conducive to quality research in India, we have to see from both perspectives. Everything has its own advantages and disadvantages. Some sort of knowledge is necessary to generate, but there should be evidence based and there should be quality. So it's upon the onus also lies on the researchers and the scientific community to what is best ethically practiced and what is scientifically sound, that should be submitted for publication. And it is also the requirement for editors and the senior members to see that everything has been done. And remember, nowadays the reviewing policy is very strict, very, very strict. And many journals, as rightly said by sir, their rejection rate is more than 80% or 85%. So one has to be cautious on this. Sir, I would request to, if you want, please add something or what I have supplemented.
No, already, I think you already have said, but one thing I can say that recent time, many such journals have come up. Even the average publication article have increased to all the young people, I think. But we need to be aware of quality. Just be aware of all these things. I think that's important.
Sir, time doesn't permit, but this is also an important question and very rightly been coined and asked by someone, that what is the right way to get a project and collaborate with multi-specialty hospital like AIIMS?
That's a very, very good question. I think I would say that, you are happy to collaborate, with any good institute around wherever you are, and you just have to apply for funding. And sometime I will tell you, it helps you. In fact, if I am a reviewer of your project, I will always look in that, where if you are collaborating with a good institute, so that will increase your chances of funding. So please do that. I think that is always encouraged, because one thing I can say that it all depends on the department, and because everyone is so overloaded. But yes, shoot like AIIMS, everyone is encouraged. So and you can look at your own local, which is the institute, instead of looking at AIIMS Delhi. You see that wherever you are, you see that which are the places where you can collaborate, and that will help you as well as the institute. And because in partnership, things will flourish. So it will help you and also increase the chances of funding. So I would encourage that you should do that.
Thank you, sir, for also addressing all the questions and well within time for everything. And sir, once again, I, on behalf of all the organizing committee and organizers, thank you very much for giving out time for this workshop. And it is always a blessing and our privilege and honor to hear from you. In fact, you would be surprised to know that probably I am hearing you for the first time in full length because of, as we rightly said, that we are always so busy within the department and between the department that sometimes we seldom get chance to be on a formal forum and discuss on scientific ideas and exchanges. So, sir, it might be a surprise piece of information for you also. So, thanks a lot, and thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So it's already 5:36. We still have one more session to be given by yet another esteemed speaker, Dr. Ravindra Rao. However, we know that everybody will be little bit tired. Their tendons and bones would be too much tight. They want to get it loose, have a deep breath. So we are taking a break of five minutes, It's 5:36 by my internet laptop clock. So we will be rushing back within 5 minutes, and we will be starting the session right at 5:41 p.m. So we are giving a break of 5 minutes. Even the team of organizer committee members need a break for 5 minutes so that they can roam here and there, because they all are busy from 2 o'clock. So we are having a break, and we will start by 5:41. Thank you. So it's 5:41 p.m. now, and we are starting the last session for the first day. And it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ravindra Rao, a very close colleague and a close friend, who is currently working as additional professor. And his area of interest are in substance use disorders and in tertiary level, and also tertiary level clinical uh, teaching and research, and clinical and research and teaching. He completed his MD from in psychiatry from AIMS, and then he has also worked in National AIDS Control Organization, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Government of India to manage the HIV prevention program for injecting drug users. He then worked as a technical officer, drugs and HIV at United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in the regional office for Southeast Asia before joining as a faculty in AIMS 2012. He has assisted in initiating and scale up of opioid substitution therapy in India and as well as other South Asian countries including Nepal, Bangladesh and Maldives. He has also authored clinical practice guidelines for opioid substitution uh, therapy implementation as well as standard operating procedures on opioid substitution program. His interests are in the area of substance use disorders, in particular injecting drug use, harm reduction and community-based treatment program. He is very much interested and contributes significantly in the field of public health related to mental health and substance use. So it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ravindra Rao, and I hand over the floor to Dr. Ravindra Rao to take his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, for this introduction. And at the outset, I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be part of this very interesting training workshop. And I'm sure many of us will be benefited by this training workshop. So first, let me share my screen. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you. So the first thing is that this is a topic that I have been given to cover for today, which is epidemiology and research design. Now, before I begin discussing this topic, I would like to put in some disclaimers here. So the disclaimers are that I am not an epidemiologist by training or by qualification, and I am not a full-time researcher. So I'm neither of these two. But the thing is that at AIMS, as a faculty of psychiatry at National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, so in our institute, we have two trinity of objectives or trinity of work related to three objectives, which is to do clinical work, training of the residents, as well as research, right? So from the perspective of a person who has been through the grind of doing research and understanding research and trying to teach junior colleagues, so this is where I come from. And if there is something else that you'd like to add, so please add, and we'll be happy to hear from all of you as well. So what is that I would want to cover, or how are we going to spend the next 1 hour or 75 minutes or so? So this is what we would like to discuss today. So one is some basics of epidemiology, not much, but a broad overview of what is epidemiology and what are the objectives or purpose of epidemiology. We would like to understand what is research design and what is not research design, how are research designs classified, and basic descriptions of each of them, be it descriptive study, case control studies, cohort studies, or experimental studies, and finally some summarization and conclusion, right? So that is how we will cover the topic today. So to start with the basics of epidemiology, right? So what is epidemiology? Now, as I said, that one of the objectives that I fulfill is to see patients. And when we talk of seeing patients, when we want to treat them, so one of the things that we do is to assess the patient. And when we assess the patient, what is an important thing that we do with the patient is by assessing the patient, we try to understand what is his problem, how much of problem does he have? If first of all, does he have a problem or not? And how much of a problem does he have? What are the various factors which has led this person to have this problem? How will this problem progress in future, and what are some of the ways in which this problem can be managed? So when we look at the patient, when we assess the patient, we try to understand or try to answer many of these aspects of the patient's problem. Now, at clinical level, it is a one-to-one approach, right? So I have a patient and there is a clinician. The clinician try to understand his patient or patients. Epidemiology, the purpose also is the same, the definition also is the same, but it is applied not at a one-to-one level, but at a population level, at a people's level, right? So the definition, the classical definition or the older definition that was there to define epidemiology is that it is a study of how disease is distributed in populations and the factors that influence or determine this distribution. So the two important things that is there in this is how disease is distributed. So how disease or problem is distributed in the population at population level, and also to study how factors that influence or study the factors that influence or determine this distribution in the population. So that is how epidemiology has been defined classically. Now, classically, from earlier times, the epidemiology was mainly to do with diseases and specifically infectious diseases. As the mankind progressed and the infectious diseases came down, especially in the Western world, the focus then started going towards or moving towards non-communicable diseases or non-infectious diseases. So the definition of epidemiology also has broadened from that time. And so the epidemiology definition now is to do with... Rashid, you need to mute yourself. So the definition of epidemiology here is now that it is the study of distribution and determinants of health-related states or events, right? So from a disease portal, now we are going to all the health-related states or events. So not just diseases, but even other health conditions, like for example, obesity, like for example, hypercholesterolemia, right? So those are some of the examples where they are health-related states or events. And we also need to understand what is the distribution and what are the factors that influence or determine them, but also how this knowledge, how this understanding can be used, can be applied to control the health problems that we encounter. So that is what epidemiology is all about, right? And when we talk of the definition, we also need to understand what are the objectives. Why is epidemiological stream important? So the purpose basically is to understand or determine the extent of health condition in the population, as we saw in the definition. Then the second is to determine the etiology or risk factors predisposing the population to this particular health condition or health problem or disease, right? So what are the factors which makes a person predisposed towards this particular problem? Then we would like to understand what is the natural history and the prognosis of this health condition if somebody has this kind of a problem. Finally, we also would like to, the purpose of the epidemiology also is to evaluate any measures that we have, either preventive or therapeutic measures to address this particular health condition. So I talked about clinician and his assessment and why he wants to assess. Similarly, at epidemiology also, if you see, it is rather than at an individual level, it is at a population level. So we would like to understand what is the extent of the health condition, what are the risk factors that predispose, to study the prognosis and the history, natural history of the health condition, and to find some ways to prevent and treat this particular health condition. Right. So when we talk of these objectives, now to fulfill these objectives, you require some kind of understanding, and to understand or to address these objectives, to fulfill these objectives, we require ways in which we can understand this, we can study this, and that's why appropriate inquiry through studies with the right research designs is essential to achieve these stated objectives, and that is what we are going to discuss in the right throughout the session about research designs, right? So the basic question or the basic issue is, what is research design? Now, before we talk of what is a research design, we should understand what is not a research design. So when we talk of research, number of things come to our mind. We think that possibly it is the way of how to collect data, right? Or what are the methods employed to collect data. So for example, data collection can be in the form of questionnaires, there may be scales, it may be through key informant interviews, so on and so forth, right? So research design is not about data collection methodology. It is also not about research work plan, that is a plan on how the work should be conducted, right from writing the protocol, submitting it to ethics committee, taking permission from the ethics committee, applying for funding if it is required, employing the staff, training them, using them to collect the data, preparing the questionnaire before that, and then once you collect the data, ensure that the data is collected through through a proper manner, right? So those rigor are followed in data collection, and finally, when you get the data, then to conduct the analysis. So this is a research work plan. It is not a research design, right? So research design is not all of this. What is research design? It's a model, it's a logical model that will guide the researcher on how to conduct the research, right? So what it will be useful for? It will be useful for us to describe the combination of ways in which study groups are formed. So which study groups, what are the various study groups that we want to include, how are the study groups formed, and more importantly, along with this is how would you measure the variables that are there? When are you going to measure the variables? So research design is basically about answering or understanding these two aspects of the research. The first and foremost thing that we do even before we plan a research is to see what is the question, right? So if our research question is not clear, then we will not be able to employ an appropriate research design or a study design to answer that particular question. So many times when people come to us and say that, sir or madam, we want to do a research. So tell us the topic and we'll be interested in doing this research. But the issue is that the topic or the question should come from you as a researcher, should come from within us as a researcher, as to what is the thing that is nagging us, bothering us, or what is that is interesting us, what is that we want to understand, explore more of that phenomena, right? So what is the question is an important consideration. So if we don't frame our questions properly, then we will not be able to design or use the appropriate research design, right? So let us take an example is of psychosis and cannabis use, right? Now you know the background to this, that it is said that people with cannabis use or cannabis use disorder have higher rates of psychosis, and there are a number of studies to that effect, right? So throughout this presentation today, I'll take that example of two phenomena, which is psychosis and cannabis use, and let us try to build a research design around this particular question. So the thing is that when we talk of research question, so the question is that what do I want to do with this particular phenomena? Do I want to describe a phenomena? Do I want to understand whether psychosis occurs in cannabis users? And if so, what is the nature of psychosis? What kind of psychosis occurs in cannabis users? Or what are the attributes of such a psychosis that occurs in cannabis users? So I'm simply trying to understand how much is the problem in cannabis users, what kind of problem do they have, and what are some of the attributes or factors associated with the causation or with the occurrence, not causation is not the right word, with the occurrence of psychosis in cannabis users. So that may be a question that I would want to answer. The research design then will follow to answer this question, right? Similarly, the question can be that I would want to understand whether this phenomena is related to the population of interest exclusively, which means that this phenomena occurs more or less in this population of interest. So for example, is psychosis more or less in cannabis users as compared to XYZ? It may be general population, it may be alcohol users or non-cannabis smokers, for example, right? So it can be as compared to XYZ, whatever it is. So is my question that? Now, once again, as I said, the question should be very clear. The question can also be framed that is cannabis use more or less in psychosis as compared to whatever it is, right? So once again, depending upon what your question is it psychosis more or less in cannabis users or cannabis is more or less in people with psychosis? The designing of the research will be quite different, right? So we need to understand that very clearly, right? Similarly, sometimes it may happen that I want to understand the chicken and egg, right? What came first? What led to what? What is a causative, right? So the question is that does cannabis use lead to increased rates of psychosis, or does cannabis use lead to psychosis, cause psychosis, right? So if that is a question, then it's a different research design, right? Similarly, then you would want to know, the question can also be that supposedly if the phenomena is altered, if you alter the phenomena, then whether the population of interest will behave differently. So which means that if cannabis use is stopped, or we don't expose a particular population to cannabis use, will that lead to change in the rates of psychosis, right? So the simple thing of cannabis use psychosis, to understand this phenomena, it can be different at different level, right? So the research design also will flow according to the question that you will be asking, right? So for example, we first need to do in the question is to frame what is constituted as an exposure and what is constituted as an outcome. So for example, let us constitute here, or let us take that exposure is cannabis use and the outcome is psychosis. It can also be the other way around, that people with psychosis have higher rates of cannabis use. Then it will be a different way. Exposure will be psychosis and outcome will be cannabis use. Once again, it depends upon the question that we are asking, right? So let us take that here we are talking of cannabis use as exposure and psychosis as an outcome, okay? So then we would want to understand is the direction that we're going to take. Are we going to start with the exposure and then go towards the outcome? Or are we going to take the outcome first and then go towards exposure, right? Or are we going to start with outcome and then see whether this outcome has been exposed to our exposure or not, right? So once again, the direction or directionality is important. Then the next is, in framing our question, we would like also to see when are we conducting the study and when is the timing of occurrence of this exposure or outcome, right? Depending on the timing of occurrence, then we have various research designs that will come about, right? So these are the various things that we need to remember when we frame a question. So we need to talk of exposure, we need to talk of outcome, we need to talk of directionality, we need to talk of the timing of occurrence of exposure and the actual conduct of study. So these are the, so when you are refining or when you are stating your objective or when you are asking your question, you should be trying to talk of all of these different aspects, right? So now let us try to understand what are the various ways in which research design is classified. Okay, so classifying research design. Now, there are two large kingdoms of research design. Before that also, before I talk of this, but we need to understand that there are broadly two kingdoms. One is the qualitative and second is the quantitative. Qualitative is something which we'll be discussing tomorrow. The rest of the presentation that I'm talking about is to do with quantitative study designs, okay, or quantitative studies. So when we talk of quantitative studies, there are two large kingdoms of research design. So the first question is whether the exposure was assigned or not, right? So the thing is that if exposure was not assigned by the researcher, which means you did not assign somebody to an exposure or you assigned somebody to no exposure, you did not do that. It happened by accident, by default, by nature, right? Then it is an observation. It has happened and you are trying to just observe what is happening, right? If you have, yes, assign that exposure to some people and not to some people, then it is an experimental study design, right? So the first thing is whether the exposure was assigned or not assigned will determine whether it is observational or experimental. So for example, in our question, whether the researcher deliberately changed the cannabis use status or not, right? If he is not, which means that he has not assigned somebody or some people or one set of people to smoke cannabis and some set of people he prevented them from smoking cannabis. If that is not the case, if he just took one population where some people were using or are going to use cannabis in future without this person's intervention, without the researcher's intervention, then it will be observational. If no, he has actually created a design such that some people will be exposed to cannabis use, some people will not be, then it will be an experimental study design, right? Now, the first question was that. The second question is when it comes to observational. Yeah. So when it comes to observational, the further classification will depend upon whether a comparison group has been chosen or not, right? So you have the group where you're going to study the exposure. Do you have another group with whom you're going to compare this group with? If you don't have any comparison group, then it is merely a descriptive research design or a study design. If yes, there is a comparison group that you have chosen, then it's an analytical study design. Okay, so that is the second question that we are asking. Furthermore, to further see about analytical study designs, we will see what is the direction of data collection, right? So did the study begin with exposure and go towards outcome, right? So that would be a cohort study. Or on the other hand, if the study started with outcome and then went back in time and tried to understand the exposure or measure the exposure, then it will be a case control, right? Otherwise, if the exposure and outcome have been studied at the same time, then it goes towards a cross-section study design, right? So that is how we will be distinguishing between the various types of analytical observational study designs. That was the arm of observational, right? Now let us look at the experimental arm. So exposure was deliberately assigned, which means it is an experimental study design. The next question is, was the exposure randomly assigned in that particular group? If it was randomly assigned, then it will be a randomized control study. If it was not randomly assigned, then it will become a non-randomized controlled study, right? So that is the question that we'll be asking in experimental study design. So these are the various questions that we have, and based on these various questions, we have various study designs. So we have the descriptive study design, cohort, case control, cross-sectional, randomized, and non-randomized controlled study, right? Sometimes these two also are taken in consonance, right? So let us look at each of these study designs, and what we need to understand that discussion on each of these study designs, be it a descriptive or a case control, cohort or experimental, that itself can easily take up 2 to 3 hours, each of the study designs. But because we are covering all of this in about an hour or so, what we'll be doing is to give, what I'll try to do is I'll try to give a brief overview of each of these study designs. And I'm sure that as the time passes, you will be talking about, or in the workshop, we will be talking about each of this in greater detail in one context or the other, right? So let us look at the first one, which is descriptive studies, right? So descriptive studies are literally the first foray into a new disease or a new area of inquiry or into a new health-related condition. So basically what it is called is, it is the first scientific toe in the water, right? And this The laboratory for this is the clinician's chamber, right? So that is where a person will be observing his patients, right, that he's seeing, and then he'll start his descriptive studies. Here, what we need to understand is that descriptive studies are concerned with, and they're designed such that they will describe the existing distribution of variables only. There will be no attribution here. So causality of what led to what will not be seen here, right? Or we won't be testing any hypothesis. This is actually the phase or the research design where hypothesis is generated, right? So as I said that the descriptive studies, what do they do is that in a particular member, in a particular group, in that members of that group, we would like to understand what characteristics are present, how are these characteristics distributed, and how can these characteristics be expressed in summary form that aids comprehension, that we are able to understand and help us in later comparisons, right? So that is what the goal of descriptive studies are. And there are three large types of descriptive studies. So we have case report, we have case series, and we have cross-sectional or prevalence studies, right? So case report, as I said that the genesis of descriptive studies are in the laboratory for this is the clinician's chamber. So here an astute clinician, a very observant clinician, while he's seeing cases, will start seeing that some of these patients, they are different from the others, or the reasons why they landed up here, according to him, are different, right? So clinician, for example, right, started seeing that there is some particular feature in this patient which is not matching with other patients, right? So he then gets intrigued by it. He goes back to the medical literature that are published, tries to see, and sees that such phenomena has not been described. Then he takes up this courage or the time out to document it, right? And then sends it to a journal or to a place where others can also read about it and then compare notes. It is like a note comparison, right? So others also will see. If they also have observed a couple of people like this, they may also report it, observe it, and then discuss it out. If that is the case, if it is seen in many other individuals, then that can become the basis for further inquiry and studies, right? Unfortunately, this is the least publishable unit in a medical literature. While many things, many issues have generated from these kind of reports or a series of cases, right? But now it is considered as the least publishable unit or a document which does not hold much weightage, right? But done correctly, it can be a basis for further studies or setting up further research designs, right? Similarly to the case report is case series, right? So you have aggregation of individual observation. So in the clinic or in the hospital, number of individuals, a couple of individuals, they come at within some period of time, and you see that this phenomenon is happening in these individuals. So you club them together, describe them together, try to make inferences in the sense that, okay, we saw this kind of phenomena in these individuals, this is how it was there, how they presented, etc. So that is the case series, right? So if similar cases happen within a short period of time, then it may be the harbinger, or it may be a pointer towards an epidemic, right? And the best example of that is what is seen in HIV/AIDS, right? So in North America, for example, it was seen that men, they present with pneumonia, and they presented with pneumonia, and this pneumonia was caused by Pneumocystis carinii. And these men happen to be having same sex. So men having sex with men or homosexuals, right? And when that happened together, that alerted to the onset of AIDS epidemic in North America, right? So a case series report started this inquiry of why should this happen in men having sex with men, right? So that is what case report and case series reports help us in doing, right? Then we have the third type of descriptive study is the cross-sectional studies, right? So these are also called as frequency surveys, prevalence studies, or simply surveys, right? So what do they do is to simply describe the health condition in a given population. So they will describe. So here what they do is they assess the exposure and the outcome at a single point of time. Okay. Sorry. So for example, at a population level, such kind of cross-sectional studies or prevalence studies are your mental health surveys, drug use surveys, right? So here you catch hold of a population in whatever we want, whatever, be it a household level, be it a street level survey. So whatever that kind of this one is, you catch hold of the population. And then what you do is you ask about the presence of mental health at that point of time. Whether it is a new mental health problem or whether it has happened before, usually we don't. So we look at that phenomena at that particular point of time, right? So that is what is the mental health survey or drug user survey, right? And a number of studies that are done at local level in clinical settings are often cross-sectional studies carried out in smaller population. Okay, so this is cross-section study. Now, what are the advantages of descriptive studies? So what is the benefit? That you have data which is readily available, because these are clinical materials who come otherwise to you. You don't have to go to them. They come to you, right? As a clinician, they come to you, they come to the hospital to avail the health services that are available. So in that sense, the data is readily available, right? And because they come to you, they are present to you. So the study that you carry out is relatively inexpensive. And because they come to you, you can complete the study over a short period of time, especially if the health condition is fairly common, right? So those are the advantages. Disadvantages is that the important thing is that you can't say, right, what led to what. You can say that these two things have happened. They happen together in these individuals, in this group of individuals. That is what it is. You cannot say that because of homosexual behavior, it leads to pneumocystis carinii. Right? We can't say that. We can simply say that these two phenomena have occurred together. Right? That is what we can say. So we cannot establish temporal associations. Right? And often we do that mistake. We see papers which do this mistake, that they try to say that this is a causal association. There is an association definitely, but you can't establish a temporality of it, causality for it, right? So that is something which we need to remember as far as descriptive surveys or studies go, right? Now, let us take the next research design, which is case control studies, right? So what is case control study? So this is the definition that is given for a case control study, right? So what is the definition? That a study that compares patients who have a disease or outcome of interest with patients who do not have the disease or outcome of interest, and looks back retrospectively to compare the frequency of exposure to a risk factor in each group, determine the relationship between the risk factor and the disease. So in this long definition, what is important is that we do a comparison between whom? People who have disease or outcome of interest, whom we call as cases, compare them with those who do not have this outcome or disease, whom we call it as or label as controls. And then what do? Retrospectively, we measure or we assess the exposure, and we measure how many cases have been exposed, how many cases have not been exposed. Similarly is the case with the comparison group, that is the controls, right? So that is what case control studies are about. Now, once again, if we have to look at the example of our example that we are trying to see, psychosis and cannabis. So outcome, we said that we will be taking the outcome as psychosis, right? So what we do here is that we take the outcome, we take a group of people who have psychosis, then we take a group of people similar to the population that is there, but they do not have psychosis, right? Then these constitute cases, these constitute control, right? Then what we do is we try to assess the exposure in the outcome, in the cases as well as in the controls, right? So that is what roughly a case control study design would be, right? So what are the various steps that are followed usually for a case control study design? What is important is the first step is to define the outcome or to select the particular case that we have, right? So for that, we need to be clear what constitutes a case. So we need to define the case. So we would want to define in exactly what does psychosis mean, for example, right? So we need to have precise criteria for case definition, right? Otherwise, what will happen if your case definition is loose? Then it may happen that you may include some cases which actually, some individuals which are not actual cases, right? Then we also another way of other attributes of the case, like for example, age range that we'd like to consider for the cases. Gender, are we going to include all of them? Are we going to include only males or females, right? What stage of case? So do we want to have a particular severity threshold, right? Or what type of cases do we want to include in that? So the case, there will be many subtypes of case. So is there any particular subtype that we want to include, or we want to include all of them? So we need to define our cases a priori very clearly, right? That will be important. In defining cases, in selecting, I mean, not defining, in selecting cases, we also will have to look at other things. Like, for example, will we be taking only new cases, that is the incident cases, or are we going to take both old and new cases, right? So, for example, cancer, right? So, are we going to take people who have developed cancer recently, right? Or are we going to take cases who have had cancer before? So we take them as well as the new cancer cases, right? So both of them have advantage and disadvantage, right? So prevalent cases, for example, the advantage is that you will be able to collect your data in a short time, because you may have a registry, you may know from your OPD register who all have been diagnosed with psychosis or with cancer since the last 10 years. Right? It may happen, right? So if you're taking old and new cases, then what happens is prevalent, you'll be able to do it in a short span of time. But the disadvantage is here is that if you're taking cases who also had psychosis in the past or cancer in the past, then it may happen that some of those people who had cancer but they died, they may not be included under your current cases. And then when you try to look at that particular exposure, be it, for example, smoking, right? So what you would be seeing when you're looking at the association is not causality, but the prognosis. How is smoking related to those cancers or cancer patients who have survived, right? So that is the problem when we take prevalent. So while it is easy, takes shorter period of time and less effort, but you may not be able to have true association or true causation, right? So that will be the problem. Incident cases, new cases, the issue here is that, as I said, that it's good if you take only new cases, but it is going to take more time than as compared to your prevalent cases, right? So that also should be defined or considered when you talk of case selection. Right. The next is, where are you going to source your cases from, right? So are you going to take hospital-based cases, or are you going to take from the general population? That also is something which you need to consider from beforehand. And as I said, both of them also have their own advantages and disadvantages. Hospital-based is faster, quicker. Population based is time consuming, right? But hospital based, you may miss those cases who may not be visiting the hospital. So, or you may be taking cases only on the severe end of spectrum rather than the entire spectrum of cases. So that is where your type staging also will matter, right? So that also should be defined a priori. So for example, in our example that we are using throughout, which is psychosis as an outcome, right? So you need to define psychosis. Which psychosis? Acute psychosis, chronic psychosis. How are you going to measure psychosis? Is it on the basis of clinical symptoms? Are you going to apply a diagnostic criteria? If yes, then what kind of diagnostic criteria? Right? So those things also have to be defined a priori. Which stage? The severity of psychosis. Are you going to take only those on the severe end of the spectrum? Or are you going to take a particular subtype of psychosis? Right? So that. Then similarly, other attributes like age range. What is the age range? Are you going to take all ages? Or are you going to restrict yourself to a particular age range? Right? Location we discussed, whether it is going to be in the clinic or the hospital or in the population. And then we talked about incident or prevalent cases. So you will have to think about it, define it a priori before you start collecting your cases, right? Now, one that we did was to choose one group with the outcome, which is cases. Now, when we're choosing, another consideration that comes is, should we choose all the cases in a given population? Now, sometimes it may not be possible, right? So especially in a population, you may not be able to take complete all psychosis in given population, right? Then you may have to do a sampling of psychosis in a given population. Now, when you do a sampling, then the problem is that what kind of sample selection will you use? Right? We are not going to talk of sample selection method today. I'm sure it will be covered in the subsequent workshops or subsequent training sessions. But that also is something which we will have to be considerate about. Right? So that was as far as the case selection goes. Now, then along with this, the next step is that to choose a group, right, which is similar to the case without the outcome, which is called as a control. Now, that is something which is a crucial step in our case control study, right? So what is the control definition? That it should be, the group should be the same. The definition for control should be the same as for cases, except for the outcome or disease under consideration. So for example, your age range, your gender, socioeconomic class, right? Places from where you're going to source, right? So all of those should be the same as we consider for the cases, right? Now, the problem also comes here is that where are you going to source your control, right? So the important consideration when we are talking of sourcing the control is that it should represent the population from which cases are drawn. So sometimes if you are taking cases from the hospital, and then if you're taking controls from the population, from the general population, that may be a problem. It is not as if it should not be done. It can be done. But the thing is that it may happen that the cases which are coming to your hospital, they may be from a wider geographical area. Whereas the controls that you're taking, it is from a particular locality. And the attributes of that locality and the cases might be different apart from the outcome alone. There may be other differences as well, which may account for this particular outcome, right? So that is the problem here, right? As I said, if it is a population-based study, right, then what will happen is, so for example, control, one way to take is to take it from the population. The population, if you do, then you do a random selection of outcome-free subjects. But that will be time-consuming and it will be expensive, right? It will be difficult. The other way to do is to do a number of, other things are done. For example, we may take relatives of cases, right? So that is another way. So it may be genetically related or non-related, like for example, the spouse, right? So that may be another source of control. You may take friends, for example, of the cases, Now, when you're taking friends of cases, what you need to also understand is that possibly because of their similar behavior, exposure in this group may be higher as compared to the general population, right? Or the population on whom you are going to apply these findings. So, for example, the examples that are given is like that if you want to study the effect of or you want to see whether a particular cancerous condition, say uterine cancer, is associated with taking oral contraceptive pills, right? So you're taking cases who have uterine cancer and you're taking controls as their friends of these women or ladies who are not having uterine cancer, right? So there is a lot of benefit. Friends, so possibly same age range, same kind of socioeconomic condition, right? Those are there. But it may happen that both of their belief system is possibly the same. So these friends also may be using oral contraceptive methods more as a way to prevent pregnancy, right? So these controls may not be the right kind of controls when we are studying this phenomenon, because the rate of use of oral contraceptive pills in these controls may be higher than what we look at the population of women in childbearing age, right? So that may be the disadvantage. But once again, advantage is that they are easier to recruit because they are friends. So if you are recruiting a case, then it will be easy for you to approach these friends and convince them to take part in the study, right? The other thing that is done as controls is patients who are utilizing services from the hospital for other conditions, right? So, for example, you are studying, say, the lung cancer, for example, right? And you're trying to see the association with smoking. So what you may do is you may take, right, patients admitted to the cancer ward or attending cancer OPD with lung cancer, right? And as control, what you'll do is you may take some other department OPD where patients are coming. But what you should do is that sometimes what may happen is that you should be sure, or you should be aware that the other condition from the department from where you are sourcing the patients, that condition should not be the result of the exposure. So, for example, if you're taking a lung cancer patient, for example, as cases, and as controls, you're taking patients from the pulmonology OPD, patients who are coming for emphysema or bronchitis. So we know that smoking is also associated with that. Then once again, the same problem, that they also will have higher rates of tobacco use compared to the population on which you would like to apply this finding. Then we may see that there is no association when we do the analysis, right? So that is a problem. So one should be clear when we are trying to take the controls, right? So the sources of control, and that's why choosing controls is a greater difficulty or a greater problem, or it's a greater challenge to select controls as compared to the cases. Cases, though, one is very clear by and large. We know what kind of cases we should take. But controls becomes a challenge, and there is no single or answer, or there is no clear-cut answer. It will differ from case to case, from study to study, right? So that's important. Now, what should be the second question that comes is, what should be the control to case ratio? Should it be 1:1? The optimal is 1:1. For every case, you take one control. Meaning, if you have 30 cases, you take 30 controls, right? Sometimes you may go for a higher number of controls, right, to increase the power of the study. So if the number of cases are small, then you may go for a 2:1 or a 3:1 ratio to increase the power of study, right? That also can be done. Right. Yeah. The next issue that we see in or that we should be knowing about or thinking about in case control studies to do with the matching. Now, it should not happen that the control whom you're taking, right? So that control, we expect that apart from the outcome, they should be similar to the cases in many other attributes. So apart from this person not having cancer, right, everything else should be similar, right? But many times it may not happen, right? So for example, if the age range that you defined for cases is from 18 to 60, so as you're taking cases and the cases that you're seeing, they are from their mean age is somewhere around 45, 50 years. And the controls that you're taking, you have told the data collection team that the control should be between 18 to 60. So they'll take controls and they may have gone to a department or a place where they're getting more controls who are from the younger age group. So their mean age is somewhere around 30. Right? Now what will happen is when you're trying to compare them, you will see that there is a difference in the age. Right? Now you are not sure whether this outcome that has happened is because of that exposure or because of the difference in age. Right? So that's why you need to do something called as matching. Right? So what you do is you try to match the controls on some of the common phenomena or variables, right? Which can act as confounders, right? Once again, there is no list of these variables that are supposed to be matched for. Okay, that is not the case. Once again, it will differ from study to study, right? Usually, what is done is the socio-demographic profile, like the age, the gender, the ethnicity, place of residence, socioeconomic status, right? So these are the general variables on which the cases and controls are matched. What is also told is that if you try to do too much of matching, that is what is called as over matching, that also may create problem for the studies. Right? So you took your cases, you took your controls, measure the exposure, and then you do analysis. I'm not going to the analysis in detail because odds ratio is something which you'll be doing a hands-on training in a couple of days in this workshop itself, right? So you measure what is called as the odds ratio. So odds of this case, what is the odd that this case or this group of individuals who have this problem, right? They have been exposed to that particular condition which we are trying to study. What are the odds that the person with lung cancer has smoked? And what are the odds that the person who does not have lung cancer, which is controls, they have smoked? And we try to take out a ratio between the two, right? And we take out the ratio between the two. That is what it is there. So odds ratio basically give, what does it give? What does it indicate? Is that how many times more or how many times less likely the cases are to have been exposed to the factor under study as compared to the controls, right? So if the odds ratio is of 1, so similar proportion, right, of exposure in both the cases and controls, that means that there is no effect of that exposure, right? If the odds ratio is more than 1, that means there is an increased risk with that particular exposure. There is an increased risk of this outcome to happen due to that exposure, because of that exposure, right? If it is less than 1, then it may very well be that it is actually not risk, but it's a protective factor, right? So we can also study through this what are the risk factors, but also what are the protective factors for the occurrence of that particular health condition or for that of that particular disease, right? So that is what the case control studies are about. So briefly, the steps that we have discussed, right? Now, what are the advantages? Now, one big advantage is that if you start from cases, because you have already identified the outcome, and then you're going back and then trying to define or study the exposure. Now, what happens is this can be done quicker as compared to your other study design, which is the cohort study design. So it is efficient in terms of your efforts, be it time effort, money effort or your human resource effort, right? So it is efficient. You are able to do a quicker work, right? Then what you also can do is, if you designed it well, right? So you can, for a given condition, you can investigate a whole range of possible risk factors, right? So for the same condition, so for example, for breast cancer, you may look at whether it is smoking as a risk factor, whether it is OC pills, whether it is pregnancy, right? So many of those. So for a given condition, you can investigate many risk factors within a single study, if your study is big enough, large enough to do, right? It is recommended, especially where the outcome is rare. There you use case control study rather than the cohort study design. Because if the outcome is rare, then you will have to have a large population with exposure to study a handful of outcome, or a handful of cases with outcome. There also, the numbers may be very less to do any meaningful interpretation, right? So that is what is important in case control study design, right? It is also, case control studies are also useful in those conditions where it takes a long time for the outcome to develop after being exposed to a particular factor or to a particular risk factor, right? So these are some of the advantages. Now, what are the disadvantages, right? As I said that selecting your control group is the most important step in this case control studies. If you don't, sometimes what will happen is, if you are not selecting control group appropriately, and we took some examples, then that may lead to a bias in the findings that you're going to get. So there is a selection bias. Now, the second problem with case control study design is, when you are taking the cases now and you're asking the person to recall about the exposure. So one of the examples that are given in usual textbooks is that when you are looking for, so for example, when you're trying to study the risk factors for congenital malformations in the babies. So what happens is, you interview the mothers whose babies have congenital malformations, and you ask them about any infections that have happened during the prenatal period, right? So during their antenatal period, did they, right, have any infections? Then you take mothers, once again, whose babies do not have congenital malformation, but of the same age as the babies who have congenital malformation. You ask them. Now, what happens often is that when something wrong goes with us, we often attribute a number of causes retrospectively, right? Similarly, mothers whose babies have congenital malformation, they may be having guilt that possibly because of me, because of something that happened during my antenatal period, right, my baby would have been born with congenital malformation. So they would be ruminating over that. Why did it happen? Why did it happen? And they may find 100 reasons why this might have happened. Whereas mothers whose baby did not have congenital malformation, they will not be focusing so much on that. So that may lead to an artificial bias, that where there will be more recall here, there will be less recall in the control group. That is what is called as recall bias. Some places it is also called as ruminative bias, right? So it is difficult to obtain accurate information on exposure because of this, right? Case control study design also is not suitable if the frequency of exposure is low. So if the frequency of outcome is low, it is good. But if the frequency of exposure is low, then this is not a good study design to use or utilize, right? Then finally, we will not be able to obtain the estimate of incidence of that study, incidence of that particular disease in a patient or in a population with that particular risk factor. This design is not meant to provide incidence rates, right? So that is something which we should be clear when we talk of case control study design. Okay. So that was about case control study design, right? Now let us look at the next study design, which is the cohort study design. So cohort studies, right? Oh, it is 6:40 and we have to cover 2 more study designs. Okay. Right. So cohort studies, what does it mean? So basically cohort means a group or a company. So what is the origin of this term cohort? So for example, it was from the soldiers in the Roman army, right? So 100 soldiers is equal to 1 century, right? And 3 to 6 centuries would form one cohort. And 10 cohorts were supposed to form a legion. And usually these soldiers, the cohorts, they march forward to fight the enemy, to meet the enemy, to fight the enemy. So the term cohort, which is used in cohort studies, is from here. So where these soldiers or the exposure, right, they are followed forward to look at the outcome, right? So that is cohort study. You have a number of other terms that are used for cohort studies. So they are called as incident studies, they are called as longitudinal studies, forward-looking studies, follow-up studies, prospective studies, concurrent studies, right? So there are a number of them. How do we remove all of this? Disable annotations for others. I think that we should be doing. But how do I remove this? Okay. Okay, organizers, please see if we can remove, and how do we remove? Just have a look at it. Yeah, clear is the thing. Clear all drawings, good, and then disable all it is disabled. Right. Okay, so cohort studies, as I said, it has various synonyms, various terms are used. So here, what is done is, once again, you will start with exposure, right? So we'll start with the group which has been exposed to a particular risk factor or to a particular variable, to a particular phenomena, right? And you will have another group which is not exposed to this phenomenon. And you follow them both over time to ascertain the frequency of outcomes in both the group, right? Now, once again, we discussed earlier observational and experimental. So observational study, because cohort studies are observational study design, the researcher does not assign exposure. They do not assign, right? So they do not assign the exposure. It happens naturally by default, and you just observe, right? So the defining feature is rather two. One is you start from the exposure, that is the first feature. The second feature is a direction taken, right? And depending on the direction taken, also you have different subtypes of cohort studies. We'll come to that. So let us take our example. So we had taken example of cannabis use and psychosis. So the exposure that we had thought would be cannabis use. So what we do is we take a group of people who have been exposed to this cannabis, or who are taking cannabis or using cannabis, and then we take a group similar to this, but similar to the people who are using cannabis, but they're not using cannabis, right? And then what we do, we follow them up over time, right? We follow them up over a time till there is a chance that the outcome will happen. So through our case reports, case series, observational studies, right, we have understood, cross-sectional studies, we have understood that it takes about 8 to 10 years for the psychosis to develop. So we will follow these people, this cannabis users group, for the next 10 years, 12 years or so, and see how many have developed psychosis by the end of 10 years. And not just with people who have been exposed, but even in the comparison group, we also will be studying this outcome. How many have developed psychosis? How many have not developed psychosis? And then we do the comparison between the two, right? So here, the important thing, as we discussed in the case control study, here also in cohort study, the steps are defining exposure and outcome. So once again, here the important thing is, what is exposure, right? How much of exposure? How to measure exposure? These are some of the important questions that we should be defining a priori. So for example, cannabis users, which cannabis users? Any cannabis users? Cannabis users who use once in 6 months? Only ganja smokers? Or even bhang users, people who take bhang pakodas or thandais during Shivratri or Holi? Should we include them also as cannabis users? Or who take daily, regularly? Or we take only dependent users? How much amount of cannabis should be consumed to be labeled as exposed or not exposed? How to determine cannabis use? Will it be self-report? Should we be doing some screening? Should we be applying some lab test? Right? So many of those things will be going in determining the exposure. Right? So we'll have to define and we will have to apply similarly for the comparison group as well. Right? Now, cohort, when we talk, so we have defined the exposure. Now we will have to go and choose people who have this exposure, right? That is to choose the cohort. Now, how are we going to choose the cohort, right? Now, the choice of cohorts will depend on the study. What kind of study is it? How much is the exposure? Where is the exposure happening or has happened, right? That will be important. And the practical constraints in terms of your time and more importantly, money, the funding that is available, right? Now, one way to to choose the cohort is to take it from the general population, right? So you take a population of a particular area, locality, town, city, whatever it is, choose them, and then you assess the exposure and then follow them up to assess the outcomes. The beauty of this kind of general population cohort is that it allows to study a number of exposures and number of outcomes, right? So for example, your Framingham heart study, right? So the cohort was started way back in 1948. And initially it was to look at the risk factors for cardiovascular disorders. But because they were able to study a number of exposures, they also were able to study simultaneously because they were following up this group, right? For a long period of time, they were also able to study other outcomes as well. So you have the same cohort, which has been used for depression, dementia, metabolic syndrome, many of those, right? So that is the utility, or that is a benefit of having a general population. But once again, they are difficult to manage because you have lot of resources you'll require for doing that. The other way to do is to draw the cohort from a narrowly defined population on the basis of their membership. For example, you can take a group of professionals. So for example, people who have been enrolled in an insurance program. So you can draw people from there. Or you have people, for example, you may go to the employee health services of particular hospital, right? Or ESI hospitals, where all the employees are this one, and they have to undergo, for example, annual checkups. So they can become your cohorts. Or what is done in places like US, where they have the veterans group, right? So all the US soldiers who have who are there, they have a database of them, and they conduct annual or they conduct periodic checkups, including biological. So they can become your cohort, right? So that can be there. So for example, the Dole and Hill, right, to look at the effect of smoking. So it was the doctors who were registered with the British Medical Register, right? So that can become a cohort for you, right? Similarly, another example, now another most commonly is school-going children. So they select the schools. From that schools, they select particular classes depending upon the study objective, and then they assess those school-going children and then follow them up over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, depending upon what the outcome is that they have to study. So for example, here has been written that they have taken students aged 14 to 15 years, and then they have followed them up over 7 years to look at to look at whether this cohort has developed depression or not and anxiety or not, right? And the exposure here was the cannabis use. Right? So that is another way in which you can do. Some other places, what can happen is you would want to look at group of individuals who have been exposed to a particular factor. The best example is the lifespan study of people who have been exposed to the nuclear bombing, right? Or to look at the effect of radiation. So you may look at all the group of radiographers as one cohort, right? So they have been exposed to a particular factor which can happen only in particular occupation, or the effect of, say, a particular chemical that is used in dye industry, and looking at the effect of that on cancer, for example, right? So that can be seen. So here, all the residents of Hiroshima and Nagasaki who have survived, they will be assessed to look at the long-term effect of ionizing radiation on human beings, right? So that is to choose a cohort. But here also, the other important thing is to look at the comparison, or choose the comparison group, right? So you choose a similar group of unexposed individuals, right? But here also, like what we did in case control, they also should be similar to the exposed individuals in all respect, right? Now, there are two ways. One is the comparison group can be a internal group, like for example, in a general population cohort, right? You take residents of a particular county or a town or a district or a particular city area, right? You take them, those people who have been exposed, they become the exposed group, the cohort, and people who have not been exposed, they become the control group, right? So that can be done. Externally, when all the cohort members have been exposed, like for example, the Hiroshima Nagasaki bombing, right? There you have to take another city, right, with a similar characteristics of individuals as a comparator group, because you cannot have internal comparator in this city, right? Then the next is to measure the exposure, right? So you have to define the exposure as we discussed. So measurement of exposure is age at first exposure, when did it start, when did it stop, whether the exposure is continuous or intermittent, are there changes over time? So all of this consideration also goes, and those become some of the bigger headache, that as you go on doing the measurement repeatedly, then this exposure also characteristics will change. Then how do you account for it? What do you do? Those also become a big consideration, right? Then we also have to look at whether we will be doing a one-time measurement. So when we started with cannabis use, so we'll be measuring it only one time, or will we be measuring over time? That will be important. Now, as we discussed, that cohort also has subtypes, right? So there are two main types of cohort depending upon when the information on exposure was obtained, right? On the basis of that, you have either a prospective or what is also called as a concurrent cohort, or you have a retrospective or historical cohort, right? So there are two. So what do we mean by that? So simply, if you look at this figure here, you'll be able to understand. So what is that is, this is the present time, today, right? Today we select the population, we divide them into exposed, unexposed, then we follow them in time or follow them in the future. And then we see how many of them have developed outcome or no outcome, both in the exposed and unexposed, right? That is prospective. What happens in historical cohort? We look at the present time, right? But we look at exposure that has happened in the past. Then we follow them up today. We once again see how many have developed the outcome and how many have not developed the outcome. And those who have not developed the outcome, you further follow them up to see how many have developed the outcome or not outcome in the future, right? So what happens with this is that you are, for example, if it takes 30 years for the outcome to develop following the exposure. So if you start from here, people who have started smoking within the last 1 year, you're going to follow them up till 30 years that the outcome will develop. Then you will have to wait for 30 years for the outcome to develop. Here, what you can do is you can take people or individuals who started smoking 15 years back, provided you are able to get that kind of a cohort here, right? And there is a good information on exposure available at that time. Then what you do is you follow them up today. Then what you do is you will have to follow them up only for another 15 years, because you have saved on this 15 years here. right? So that is what historical cohort means. So prospective is also called as concurrent because you're concurrently along with the individual. You as a researcher also are progressing in time. Historical is you're going back in time, then going forward. That is historical cohort, right? So in prospective cohort, as I said, that information exposure is collected now after choosing the study population. What is the advantage of this is that it is you're able to use updated techniques. So you are able to, for example, use the blood cotinine levels, right? Which may not have been available 25 years before, 15 years before, 30. You may also be able to freeze the blood today because we have those kind of freezing techniques available, or some other samples, right? You may be able to do that, right? Retrospective retrospective cohort, as I said, that you collect information on exposure measurements that have been collected before through medical records, right? This is particularly useful. Retrospective cohort or historical cohort, they are useful when you have biological specimens that have been stored. And in some of the Western countries, some of the good cohort studies, you will see that they have frozen the blood or frozen other specimens, and they have stored it. So whenever any group of researchers with the right kind of study they would want to, the right kind of question they have, then they can just take out that this one, unfreeze it, thaw the sample, and then collect information on the exposure now, right? So that is something which can be done. It does not need a long time to wait, as we discussed, right? If this kind of thing is not there, if you are relying only on medical records, then the information that has been collected previously will have to rely on that, and the methods may be outdated. Like, for example, today it is DSM-5. If you take medical records of 30 years back, 40 years back, at that time it may be DSM-3, 3R. The categories would have changed. What is constituted as psychosis today may not be the same 40 years back or 30 years back, right? So that may be the issue there. Okay. Then measurement of outcomes. Now, when you have to measure the outcomes, there are various ways. One is that if you have a routine surveillance system set up, like what happens in some of the Scandinavian countries, they have a good hospital registries. All of them are treated in the public hospitals, or most of them are treated in public hospitals, right? And they have a good system registry that is available. So using those registries, we can look at the outcome. Otherwise, if such systems are not set up, like what happens in our country, we will have to set up a separate system. We have some cancer registries, etc., but we also know that there's a lot of loss to follow that happens in those, right? So if no surveillance systems are set up, we need to set up a system and then follow them up at defined intervals, either through questionnaires, telephonic interviews, person interviews, and or do a physical checkup. Now, all of these are time consuming and resource intensive. And that's why it's difficult to do a cohort kind of a study in our setup, right? What is important is that when you are studying the exposure, measuring the exposure, you also do the assessment of outcome to exclude those who already have the outcome, right? Now, whatever you do for exposed subjects, you have also should be doing this kind of a follow-up mechanism for the unexposed ones as well. Otherwise, what may happen, you may be more focusing here on your cohort and you may not be focusing on your controls. Then it will lead to a problem. Because then it may show that here more cases are or more outcomes is there. Here, because you are not measured properly, there will be less outcomes. That will lead to inflation of the incidence rates. Right? Analysis here in cohort is that you measure the incidence of the disease, right? Or the outcome. There is something called as risk ratio that is measured. Once again, this is part of your workshop later, so you'll be able to do a hands-on kind of exercise of how to calculate the risk ratio. That's why I'm not dwelling much on that. Now, what are the advantages of cohort study? So the exposure is measured before the disease onset, and therefore what happens is the exposure that you measure is unbiased. And we saw that example of congenital malformation and infections during the antenatal care, right? So that will lead to bias, that kind of a recall bias. But here, because the outcome has not yet happened, so you'll be able to measure the exposure unbiasedly, right? What also can happen is that some of the rare exposures, like what we saw is the bombing incident, right? Those can be examined by appropriate selection of study cohorts, or exposure to a particular type of chemical working in the people who are working in that particular industry, right? Or asbestos, for example, right? Now, what also can be done is for one single exposure, for example, for one single smoking, you can, by cohort study, you will be able to measure a number of outcomes or diseases, right? That is the advantage. And incidence can be measured, which is not possible in the other study designs. Cohort study designs are the designs where you'll be able to measure incidence, right? The disadvantage is that it is very expensive, right? And time consuming. Sometimes, like if you read some of the descriptions on cohort, it is also the case. Like, for example, 1948 Framingham heart study, the investigators who conceived it, they may not be surviving. So if you have started in your 40s, because that is the time you may get funding, right? And then you start having a cohort of adolescents and you'll follow them till old age, you may not survive to look at the outcomes, right? What also is the disadvantage that the exposure status can change over time. That is something which we discussed. Diagnostic criteria can change to measure outcome. That also may be an issue, right? So those are something which will be difficult. Now, sometimes what also will happen is, because when we're measuring the exposure and we know why are we measuring this exposure, we will be informing the subject. The participant may change his behavior because of that itself. So if we see that we are looking at
sorry, sir, to disturb. Sir, we
yes,
need to wind up as soon as possible now.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying that we have one more study design to discuss. So what do you suggest? What should we do?
We can sum up and because there are a couple of questions that I personally feel that they should be taken. Although I have answered many of them in the chat box, but 2-3 questions we can take. That's why.
What we also can do, Dr. Mishra, is that these questions we can also write up and put it up on the website. That also something.
Yes, we are exploring that. We are creating the database back at the back end. All the question answers will be answered. In fact,
that we will do. Yeah. So that is something which can be done. So let me take another 10 minutes if that is okay.
No, sir.
I know.
No.
But you
3 to 4.
But you
minutes.
also ate. Okay, you also ate 10 minutes of my time. Okay.
3 to 4 minutes. Oh, well, because you insisted on a break.
Okay. Right. So, okay, let me try to wind up quickly. So, as I was saying, that the participant may be aware that the participant would be aware that this exposure may lead to that kind of an outcome. One is not sure. That itself may propel him to change his behavior. Right. So that is another thing that is there.
Sir, there are many requests from participants that you can continue for 10 minutes. Okay.
See, my participants are more
well-informed than organizers. They're more motivated.
They are nicer people than you.
No, because organizers are also exhausted also. No? That's why.
Yes. Okay.
Please carry on. No problem. Carry on. 10 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. So the last is the experimental study design. So there are also what are called as intervention studies or clinical trials. So that is something which we read more commonly to look at the efficacy of a particular drug or intervention that we have, right? So Fisher is credited as the father of this. I'll not be going to the details of that. Since 1960s, it has become more popular because some of the drug agencies, they required efficacy, the proof of efficacy to be established before they can give go ahead, right, for the use of that particular intervention or that particular drug. You know that it is considered as a gold standard. The thing is that it is similar to a cohort study design, right? The only difference is that the allocation of exposure is deliberate. Right. So that is the difference between the cohort study design and the experimental study design. Right. So that is there. The natural exposures, you will not be able to do a clinical or experimental study design. So here, for example, if you have to take the example of Bunsen cannabis and psychosis, so you select subjects. Then what you do is you make some use cannabis and some not to. Once again, ethically, we cannot do that, right? And then follow them up over time and see how many develop psychosis or not. So here you're making somebody use and somebody not to, right? So there is a deliberate assignment of this exposure. So here also the steps is that you define the population first. whom you're going to expose and whom you're not going to expose. So define the population, then define the exposure, that is a treatment. So what kind of treatment, how long are you going to give the treatment, what will be the frequency of administration, what is the dosage that you're going to give, how are you going to monitor the adherence, whether that person has taken the treatment or not, right? And define the endpoint, till how long will you be looking at the providing this exposure so as to study the outcome, right? So that is there. Calculations, sample size calculation is something which is very important in understanding or in deciding how much of population we should be taking. Ethics committee do not like more sample size, and of course lesser sample size, you will not be able to draw correct inferences, right? Okay. Here what happens is when we have selected the population and we are planning to give the exposure, planning to give the intervention. Now, what happens is there is a phenomenon in experimental study which is called as the bias. Now, here deliberately or inadvertently, right, the researcher and participants may have these phenomena, this bias that may influence the outcome. So, what are those biases? So, one bias is where the group which has not been exposed, right, they may respond less positively than the exposure group. Right. So, for example, if you're giving one group, right, a particular medication, and the other group, you say that, okay, that group is getting medication, you're not going to get medication because you're in the non-exposure group. The person who is the non-exposure group, he'll say that, oh, I'm not getting medication, then how am I going to get benefited? Or how am I going to get better? I will not. So if you apply some particular criteria which may not be objective, then it will be difficult, especially in mental health research, for example, that becomes a problem, right? Then what may happen is, because the researcher knows who is the exposure, because if the researcher also is a clinician or the treating physician, then what will happen is he or she may vigorously treat the exposure group and he may not treat the non-exposed group as much as he would treat the exposure group. That also will happen, right? And because also it may be deliberately or inadvertently also, because this person has been given a new molecule, then you may be more careful, you may be spending more time asking more questions, right? That also may influence the outcome, right? It may also happen that if the researcher has a vested interest, he may choose the exposure group in such a way that you may choose the exposure group, for example, those with milder cases, those who are more, where it is more possible for that group or for that individual to respond positively, right? So what will happen with that is, then what you're doing is you're creating a bias here once again, right? So what can be done? What are the strategies for that? So the first is, as we discussed, that the non-exposure group may respond less positively. Then what you do here is that, and the second one, that the researcher group may vigorously treat the exposure group, right? For both of this, what we do is we do what is called as blinding, right? Where the participants or the treating physician or the therapist is not aware of the allotment. So they do not know. And we have various type of blinding procedures, single blind, double blind, triple blind, so on and so forth, right? Single blind is one of them. Either the participant or the therapist is not aware. Double blind is where both are not aware. Triple blind is not only both the participant and the therapist, but also the person who is analyzing is not aware, right? Then the other, one where the non-exposure group may respond less positively, then what we do is here, we give a placebo, blinded placebo, right? So here what we are giving is, the non-exposure group also is given a same kind of intervention, right? Same kind of tablet, similar to size, shape, taste, etc., right? That also will be helpful, right? Or for example, in case of non-pharmacological techniques, right? So what we do is we spend the same duration of time with the person who is not given the active intervention, right? So that is a placebo administration, right? Then the other thing is that the researcher may choose the exposure group with potentially favorable outcome, right? So that to overcome that, what we do is we do the assignment randomly. So there is a random allocation, and there are various random allocation measures that can be used, right? So what we do is we choose participants in such a way that they have equal chances of being either in the active or in the non-active, or the intervention and non-intervention right? There are different types of randomization. I think that will be covered elsewhere, right? Then, okay. The other thing also is that when you're defining the population, right? So if you're looking at the effect of antidepressant, for example, on a group of people who are having depression, so you will be defining the population rigorously so as to ensure a homogeneous kind of sample. So this kind of depression, this much score on the HAM-D, so on and so forth, right? So that will be something which will be defined. No physical comorbidity, no other psychiatric comorbidities. Those things will be done. Okay, we will be doing a number of analysis in this. The important thing is that we start with the premise that there will be no difference in the outcome between the intervention and non-intervention arm, and then we proceed to analysis. Once again, that is something which will be covered in the subsequent sessions, right? So advantage is that this is a gold standard. We are able to control for a number of bias, and it provides an equal chance for the participants to receive treatment or otherwise, provided you have used the randomized control trial kind of experimental study design, right? That will be that are the advantages. Disadvantages is what happens is sometimes creating a homogeneous group. Like as I said, for example, drug A found effective in depression, but researchers have used who are in moderate depression, excluded with comorbid substance use, comorbid anxiety, those with psychotic features, suicidal ideas, those all are excluded. Now, this kind of a nicely packaged patient, we know that in real world, that is not true. So what is called as internal validity of this study is very good, but the external validity is not good, right? So that's why the efficacy and effectiveness, they differ because of this, right? Then reporting bias. So sometimes there is no details on the sample size calculation, randomization technique, so on and so forth, right? That's why you have a standardized way of reporting also that is being advised by many and many journals now. They follow this, that you should be having certain ways of reporting these experimental study designs, right? Great. So summary and conclusion, I have 2 minutes, so I can do that. We know this hierarchy of evidence, right? So what we see is that expert opinion or the case report and series, the strength of evidence is the least. RCTs, the strength of evidence is the highest, right? But the bias also, once again, it is less and less with RCTs, and as we go down the ladder, the bias becomes more and more, right? So we need to create that kind of a balance that is required. Research designs, as we saw, that based on a number of questions, right? So based on number of questions, that is whether the exposure was assigned, whether a comparison group was chosen, what is the direction of data collection, whether the exposure was randomly assigned. Based on these questions, you have a number of study designs that we have, right? That is something which you need to remember. Now, what we need to understand is there is no study design which is superior to the other, right? It all depends upon a number of things. The research question, the phase in which that particular research stands or that particular question stands, right? So for example, if you want to study today the link between smoking and cancer, it may be looking childish for us, right? Because we know that smoking causes lung cancer. But 50 years before, if somebody has this hypothesis, then it would have been fair, because at that time people did not know, not 50, 70 years before, right? So the study design also depends upon the research question, the stage in which that research question is. Is it at the level where we do not even know the phenomena itself, right? So those are some of the things that we need to remember. Now, what is important is that we need to have an exhaustive review of the topic. We should also we should know, first of all, what is existing as the knowledge of that particular. So many times it happens that enthusiastic researchers, in their enthusiasm, they fail to carry out a detailed review of literature, and they have done all the research, and then they see that somebody else already had done this similar kind of work about 5 years before, right? Those are some of the problems. Descriptive studies, they help in generating hypothesis, right? Whereas the case control and cohort studies, they help in testing the hypothesis. Experimental study designs are now important, and they have become the gold standard in testing the efficacy of an intervention, right? As you said, we don't have time, so I'm skipping this quiz and I'm coming to the thank you slide. Thank you. 7:16. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. And really, it was very good to know that participants are interested, but we as organizers are a little bit tired and we have to carry one more session among ourselves to on some operational things, and we need some time for the from the participants also. Nonetheless, there were many questions like when we say 1:1 or 1:2 or 1:4, then what does 1:1 or 1:2 means? So when we say 1:1 or 1:2 or 1:3 or 1:4 ratio, then we mean by case control, the first case control. So at least 1:1 is desirable. Then also there was a question that how increasing the number of controls help in increasing the power. So we do know that increasing the sample power gives us a good power because we closely approximate with the population distribution of whatever we are trying to say. For example, if you are trying to find out what is the prevalence of asthma in a certain community, and if we take a small sample, then we may not represent that estimate to that population, because in statistics, whatever we take on the basis of sample, we try to extrapolate on that population. So increasing the ratio is good. And then somebody also asked that why not the number of cases can be increased. The number of cases cannot be increased because ethically it is not feasible and it should not be practiced. Because suppose you are working in the Department of Cancer Epidemiology or in IRCS center, and you are working on a patients who are suffering from cancer, so you will not subject them to many number of investigations, or you will not expose them to different type of risk factors which may further deteriorate their debilitating conditions, because they will already are in a palliative care unit, and lots of burden would be there on the treating clinicians, on the attendants. So that's not feasible to increase that. So that's why that question of why that war was there, that has been there. Then also there was a question on the related of incidence and prevalence on which study design. So we do know that these all things will be more clarified. I've already stated in the session that we have a separate fifth day on a categorical data analysis, where you will be doing the practical exercise, which we will be discussing a little bit further after the end of the session. So that things will be more clarified there. The question that how many times the control should be increased, it doesn't depend upon the after the experiment has been performed. It is decided a priori when we are planning the experiment. It doesn't mean that one can increase on the basis of certain interim results. We cannot, what was declared in the protocol, we should abide by that protocol, and that's what's there. I do agree that increasing the sample controls to 2 or 3 times will highly affect the prevalence of cases in the, that's why it is said that when we are doing a match type of analysis, then of course we at least some matching is there 1:1, but the caution is that I have also responded in the chat. Problem is when people try to do a unmatched analysis of the matched data set. So doing something of a chi-square, but rather you should do have a McNemar test. So because the data distribution is totally different from a chi-square and from a McNemar, because in chi-square we have a 2x2 contingency table, and in a McNemar test we have to give the matched cases. We will be commenting upon how many assignments are there. We will be discussing this, so hold on that question. And so almost all the questions by the time Dr. Rao was actively delivering the session, which we all know, and that sir likes to have sessions, and sir is very fond of teaching also. And in this case, sir, there was one question: what is the difference between a natural experiment and experimental study? So that's I would like that you should respond to that. And one question was on the what is the difference between a simple frequency and simple frequency and exposure frequency. So that I have responded when you are taking a frequency distribution of only one thing, one variable, then that is a simple frequency. But exposure frequency is that bilateral. We are classifying data into a 2x2 contingency table. We are trying to find out how many individuals were exposed and how many were not exposed to a certain phenomena or disease of interest. That's the difference between a simple frequency and the exposure frequency. So I have just summed up all the questions. Probably I would have answered all of them. It's over to Dr. Rao to answer one question, that what is the difference between a natural experiment and experimental study.
Yeah, right. What I understand by this is that natural experiment versus experimental study design, is it experimental? I mean, that also is the experimental study design. It's not as if it's not a non-experimental study design. The only thing is that which otherwise would have occurred naturally, you are trying to control for that. Like, for example, you look at, for example, exposure of a particular population to a particular kind of, say, air quality, or you particular kind of water quality, right? And then what you do is, as a natural experiment, you select city of Delhi, and you look at the air quality for that time, and then you compare another city which is similar to Delhi, and then look at the air quality during that time, and then you follow them up for 1 or 2 years later and see then what is the rate of asthma, for example, right? This is setting up a natural study design, where once again you are not deliberately exposing somebody to this or not, to the exposure or not, but because this particular city offers you this kind of a particular exposure, and there is another comparison, so you that is a natural experiment kind of a study design, where it already otherwise would have been happening in nature, but you are trying to utilize that and selecting another comparison city, and then comparing the outcome between the two, right? That is the natural study design and the experimental study design. Once again, this is not the be all end all of the study design. There are many others, like, for example, nested case control study design, right? There is something which I have not touched upon here. There is something called as crossover study designs, right? So there are many other study designs, but the basic premise of them are this. Like, for example, nested case control is part of the cohort, and then crossover, for example, is part of experimental study design, right? But as a basic foundation, these are some of the study design that we should be aware of when we do research studies.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. And we really appreciate your time and your commitment and your enthusiasm and interest for keeping the audience alive till this point, and delivering a very good lecture. And we will keep you bothering if we required in the forthcoming sessions on the days also. So be ready for that also, sir. And we can reschedule the invitation letter and formally, so that we make you to join, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you all for your participation and enthusiastic listening till almost 7:30. So all the best, and we hope to meet again. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
You are a very good teacher, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's almost now 7:30, and as per schedule, we tried to finish it by 7:30. But there are a couple of things which, as an organizer and a convener, and from the organization team, that I would like to convey to all of you. We are getting many requests from by and large, and that, sir, I am not registered. I got registered myself, but I am not getting this. I am not getting that. I didn't got the link. You should also remember that we needed to have our in-house system of system-based interaction or communication. That's why we didn't communicated anything else other than email. We tried our level best to reach out to maximum number of participants, and many of them registered, and more than 250 of them joined, and they would be joining more. But there are a couple of things that straightforward. I should be explicitly very clear on it. First of all, even if all of you have registered yourself, but at the time of registration you were in India, and after that you moved out of India due to some administrative reasons, or because of some academic commitments, or because of some personal reason, we will not be allowing such access from outside India. That's because of it had its own administrative reasons and administrative formalities from the funding agency and also from our institute. So that's one thing. Second thing, that while the session is going on, please mute yourself. Already we are working, we are living in this online world, and from last almost 2 years, everybody is used to, and they know how to be in the virtual world. So basic things are, all of you are grown up, and you all know, and I'm very sure that everybody is more matured, and they know how to manage the things, and they understand our perspective also from as an organizer and convener, because you all people also organize many things. Third thing is that for today there is no practical sessions. Now I hand over the session to our IT expert and webmaster Shri Amit ji, who will be detailing you on specifically on some additional things that you all would be required to do from day 2. So remember, since there are 9 days, when I was planning this workshop, I planned it for 15 days, then I planned it for 12 days, then I planned it for 11 days. Matlab, with this matter, I would have loved to have 12 days to 15 days, but that I thought would have been too much from organizational also, and also from the perspective of participants. So I curtailed it down to 9 days. Practical sessions, there are specific days of our practical sessions. What are those days? From where you will get the materials, from where will you install the required softwares? These all things needs to be done before you come to the session for on that specific day. So now it's over to Amit ji, our IT expert, who is behind the sole brain behind this complete exercise of mapping everything and managing everything on the at the IT level. So now it's over to Amit ji to have some specific instructions regarding the practical sessions and hands-on from starting from tomorrow. We will be sharing the PPT and material, but it will probably little bit take time, because you all can know it's already 7:30, and you will be getting recording, but when and where, that we will see, because once everything is planned, so we have to next go for the next for plan for the next day. So we understand your enthusiasm, and we do take cognizance of this fact, and surely you will get enough what you all will would be expected by the end of this workshop. That is my personal interest, and I will make it sure that that happens. So now it's over to Amit ji to have a quick review and a quick summary of the practical sessions and hands-on.
Thank you, sir. Let me share the web page where I can instruct the things where we will get the download material and all things. This is the day 1 page where you got the
Amit ji, little
link.
louder. Amit ji, little bit louder, please.
Okay, sir. This is the page where you get the join link for the day, right? So basically, we have in the day specific pages. Like for the day 2, you will get another page. There you will get another join link. But what about the practice data and softwares? Let's see. If we go on workshop homepage is this. From where you start your registration part. There is a link named as materials at the top. So you have to download the installation guide from here and follow the guide to install the software. And similarly, for doing the practice exercise, you have to download the dummy data or the practice data from here. And here is the date mentioned. Whatever the things required, it will be required at day 2, and these things required at day 4. Now again, we go to course. Till now, you are getting only the join link. Whenever the meeting will be over, this join link will be removed, and further, whatever the data we want to share, we will put it here. So you have to access the same page. Next, the question may arise how to take assignments and all. So at the day 5, we have the assignment. So you will get the join link for the day 5. Just below them, you will get the CDA exercise assignment. You need to download the exercise file like this. Complete your exercise at your local workstation. Then you have to submit the file using this link. Whatever. whenever you upload your assignment, admin will check it manually and grade it then. During the assignment, you can also discuss the thing about your assignment. Okay, there are few more limitations, like the allowed maximum file size is 5 MB. So you cannot upload the file more than 5 MB. If the file attachment is more than 5 MB, then you need to zip it and upload them. And the allowed file types are Excels, Docs, and zip only. Sir, I think I have covered the things they will need.
There are a couple of questions, Amitji, in the chat box. I have responded to them, and they are saying that somebody can they install it on the Mac or Windows. So Mac and Windows is a different operating system, and so Windows users and Mac users needs to see the installation instructions. Other than that, how they can get installed.
So
If
that is actually vendor specific now, so they can follow the vendor specific guides.
And also if on GIS tomorrow for a GIS session is there, so if any technical issue would be there, but try to resolve at your end. If it doesn't happen, we will have a video that can be shared depending upon the feasibility and time that we take to process all these things, and so that can be done. Regarding one question that whether this this software can be installed on Mac or phone. In phone you can install that software, but when you have to submit the assignments, you probably it will be not very handy to do it from the phone, because for assignment and for practice session it's better advisable to have the laptop and other things, so that one can work smoothly. Other thing is also that somebody responded and commented in the chat box, sir, I am changing my device is not charged. So these are the things that you all need to take care, and we were getting repeated requests to make somebody join because of some internet issues. So there are certain things that you all need to take care, that you all are already taking care. We are knowing that. Uh, don't worry about the marks and assignments. It will not be too easy. It will not be too hard. But the basic purpose, what I feel, that there should be some knowledge that should be imparted to all of you. Let me come to the specific days on which you will be having assignments. Tomorrow, day 2 on geographical information, there is assignment. On day 4, on the quantitative data analysis that I will be taking, that will be followed by a combination of didactic lecture and practice sessions and exercise also. So practice session you will be doing along with me. I will try to follow all of you, or you all try to follow with me, and then we will practice. And the exercise will be is already there. You can download it in your local machine and you can read, you can complete those exercise and you can submit it after we will give some window period. Then on day 5 there is a categorical data analysis on 19th of July. That also is an exercise. That exercise you can do and that you can practice, and you can upload the same file. So there is no separate practice file and exercise file. There is a same file that is there. And regarding the correlation and regression and on longitudinal data analysis and session on correlation and regression, that happens to be on 20th and 21st. We will be taking the same example that I will be demonstrating in the session of quantitative data analysis, how that when we have a different type of data structure, we can do the same analysis. So we will be repeating, we will be taking the same exercise, same practice file that you will be using to used to for three or more sessions. Like for specifically what I mean to say is, for quantitative data analysis, for correlation and regression, and for longitudinal data analysis, the data file that we will be sharing on day 4, that you all be having under your material tab on day 3 itself, or it's already there in fact, that will be used for all 3 days for to practice. So this is the practicer session that is there. day 8 and day 9. For day 8, there is no practical session because that will be demonstrated on some specific software, which all of you would not be having. So it will be more of a demonstration. And somebody has requested to give a contact number for guidance. We are reserving to share our mobile numbers deliberately. We are trying to reach to all of you with email. Nonetheless, we will see if there is some emergency type of situation, you are not able to do anything, so that will be there. So we will see that as of now we have not taken a call on whether we should have a, yeah, we should have any level of communication other than the email. So anything else that somebody would like to ask, some apprehension, some questions which is not clear, then that can be addressed specifically. Otherwise, from our side, it is a day for today. Anybody wants to ask something, they can switch on their video, they can ask, they can say.
Sir, even after the workshop, if anybody want to ask us something, there is a contact us section on the portal. They can use that. We are actively monitoring that.
I think there is one question about attendance. We have an in-house system of monitoring it, and some people are monitoring it. And don't worry about your certificates. We know that you all would be liking to have your certificates at the end of the workshop, but we do want some amount of knowledge that needs to be imparted to all of you before we can give that certificate. Amit ji, can you repeat what you said?
Sir, I said we have the contact us and ask an expert section in our web portal. So whenever the workshop is over, or like somebody have something in mind at the night, they can go to that section and ask us. We are actively monitoring that.
Okay, so Amit ji is considerate enough to answer all the questions technically, and I do feel that many of your questions that would have been remained unanswered before joining the session, that is there. Look, I will take little bit time more, 1 to 2 announcement more, that we have shared the link from 2:30 p.m. onwards. So anybody would not be able to join if they open the link before 2:30, because that is time synced and system synced. So anybody who wants to join before 2:30, there is no purpose of joining before 2:30, because you will not be allowed to join to have a session, because as a host we will not be enabling those meetings. So that's self-explanatory. It is already written, because we were getting calls and messages from there. By the time all the sessions was there, I was trying to manage even the question answer sessions and also the level of communications that we were trying to do. But this is all part of a learning, and in this online sessions there are some merits and demerits. So this is there. Anything else, Amit, would you like to say at last?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have sent the email about the joining link, right, for the day 1. So for further days, we are not going to send any email because every access is given on the page. Every
Yes.
access is on the page, so the user have to log in to their account and go to the workshop day specific page and join from there only.
Yes, so Amit has again been very considerate. We have given all 9 days. Is the system built? It is there. So there would be no separate mail for set of instruction to join on a specific days. So that's there. We are allowing entry to everyone, to anyone during the course. This session is being telecasted, and these sessions are in progress. Uh, we have not assigned any marks for complete the thing. If you all people want to that we should have a formal assessment procedure, that is also doable. I would love to do that, but I've been a little bit liberal on that, that no marking system has been there. So that, because my purpose of and our organizers purpose was that we should inculcate the interest of the analytical techniques, and that's why we are not very liberal also, but we are not too liberal also. We have tried to have a combination of some sort of liberty also and some sort of strictness also, because just to inculcate, because this is a free workshop, remember, and there is a saying that no, nothing is free in this world. So some part of time and resource has to be invested, and that was the purpose that we tried to organize this workshop late hours so that many of you could join. I do hope that many of the questions would have been answered. I need not to reiterate all them all. And last thing, I was getting a repeated request to my registration is not done, my registration is not done, this and that. Today we have entertained. Today it took requested Amit ji to open the registration link again. So till 5 p.m. Till 7 p.m. today we have registered, and now after this we will not be entertaining any sort of request on this site to allow the registration for whatever is there, because you should all are grown up and understand our situations also. So that is from our side. All the participants can leave now. They can be freshened up, and they can appreciate. They are thank you for the kind words and appreciation and understanding our approach. And we look forward to your session. You may join on 2:30, or even you can join little bit late, maybe in between 2:45 and 3 p.m. That will also work, because we will be, as per the schedule, we will be starting the session only at 3 p.m., not before that. But at 3 p.m. we will be starting, not even a minute late. So that's all from my side and from our organizers team side. And have a good night, because I can't say have a good day because we have always completed the day. So good night, be activated, and tomorrow you will be witnessing a very new dimension of geographical information system technique. And thank you. All the participants can leave. The members of the organizing committee can stay back.
Sir, I do have a one question.
Yeah,
May I
yeah,
ask?
yeah.
Sir, actually, I'm living in remote areas, so it is not possible to for me to connect all the time. Because as you know कि remote area में क्या issues आता है, तो कई बार क्या होता है, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी लूज हो जाती है, तो 7:30 बजे के बाद भी अगर 7 बजे के बाद मेरा कनेक्शन लूज होता है, तो कैन आई जॉइन यू वंस अगेन?
So that's what I said, Victor, that we are allowing anybody's, and we are not restricting anybody's entry. We are allowing as far as the session is going on. See, I have just admitted 2-3 persons just now within a minute. So we are not आपको admit तो किया ही हुआ है, तभी तो आप इस पर interactive mode पे हो ना.
Exactly.
So we are not disallowing anybody, but my only request, and I will ask that then of course there are some things are, there are some certain things which are beyond my control and even your control, the internet issue and other things. And however, uh, personally I feel that the more the people are involved in the sessions, the more learning they will get, because to organize such type of thing with a limited resources, it's very hard and it's very tough. But we love to do that, and it's challenging, so that's fine. So we are allowing entry throughout. Again, I am repeating third time that we are allowing entry throughout the session. That is what is going on. Anybody else would like to ask something? Thank you. So many of them have already migrated out. So remaining can migrate out so that we can I would request all the participants to please migrate out from the interface as soon as possible.